Welcome to the February 10th council meeting, public council meeting. Members of the public were provided with the following methods to watch and participate in the open meeting. Attend in person at the North Dumfries Community Conference. Attend electronically via Zoom to observe the meeting and to speak to an item on the agenda. Watch the live streaming by accessing the meeting on the Township's YouTube page, or submit written comments to the clerk's division that were provided to council members and will form part of the public record. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank everyone for joining us this evening. We appreciate your participation as we come together to serve the community. I ask that we create a welcoming and positive environment for everyone that includes respect, that we listen to each other with care, speak thoughtfully, and engage kindly with one another. Kindness, that we treat everyone, council, staff, and the public with respect and understanding. Inclusion, that we embrace diverse perspectives and respect each other's opinions. Together, we can make this meeting space one where respect, kindness, and inclusion are at the heart of everything we do. Behavior that is disrespectful, disruptive, aggressive, or intimidating will result in those individuals being asked to leave. I'd now like to call the meeting to order, and can I have approval of the agenda, please?
Moved by myself, by Council Tilly, that council adopt February 10th, 2025 council meeting agenda as presented with the following addendum. One, add memorandum to serial dated February 7th, 25 concerning agenda item 14.2.3 revisions to attachment number 2 to PD report 05/2025 plan of subdivision 1940 Repeat Road, file number 30T-20301. And 2, add 2 pieces of correspondence received for item 14.2.1. Report number building 01-2025, site alteration for 1699 Sprague's Road. And 3, add 1 piece of correspondence received for item 14.2.3, report number PD 05/2025, proposed zoning bylaw amendment to plan subdivision 1940 Repeat Road.
All those in favor? Yeah, thank you. I would now like to read the Indigenous acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. We offer this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples of Canada. But those are just words. They mean nothing. Our actions speak volume. Let us always act in stewardship with one another, learning and listening from each other and sharing with respect. Let's pause and reflect. Thank you. Is there any disclosure between interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none. We're going into a closed session right away. Okay. And can I have the motion, please? Councilor Williams.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Tilly, that council move into a closed meeting session at 6:03 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act, section 239(2)(m) to discuss 15.1 report number LGL 01-2025 Edworthy West Pit Ontario Land Tribunal OLT file number 24-001033 litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act, section 239(2)(e), and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, Municipal Act, section 239(2)(f).
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, and I'd like to thank you again for your patience. Councilor Tilly, can I have the motion regarding coming out of close?
Moved by myself, second by Councilwoman, that the council reconvene into open sessions at 6:59 PM.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Council received a report and summary presentation on the present status of matters associated with the Ontario Live Tribunal hearing pertaining to the Edworthy West Pit proposal. Directions were provided to staff and township legal counsel on a framework of the next steps. A future report to council in camera will occur at a later date on this OLT appeal. Now we have approval of the minutes. I believe that's Councilor Austin, please.
Move on myself, second by Councilor Wellens, that council approve the following meeting minutes. 9.1 special budget council meeting minutes dated January 13th, 2025. 9.2 special budget council meetings minutes dated January 16th, 2025, and 9.3 council meeting minutes dated January 27th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. We have a delegation from Kathy Radke from the Air Cemetery Board. Welcome, Pat.
Madam Mayor, councilors and staff. On behalf of the Air Cemetery Board, I want to thank you for allowing me to share with you cemetery's news of 2024. As some of you may not know, I have been a director and then president of the cemetery for over 25 years now. And I am especially proud of the accomplishments the board has been able to achieve, and especially with this past year of Air's 200th anniversary. I want to begin by thanking Council and CEO Andrew McNeely and Derek, our Council rep, for your interest and financial assistance these past 5 years. With the support from the township, we again were able to restore 13 older stones this year. I have been working with Andrew McNeely on a few minor administrative matters to maintain the relevance of our MOU. A follow-up will be presented at the February 24th meeting. The Cemetery Board was especially pleased to learn this year that we will be working together to digitalize the cemetery with software the township was able to offer to us. The project is just beginning, but when it is completed, it will become a wonderful, wonderful service for the community. This past year, we had 6 full body burials and 26 cremation interments. We are fortunate that the Air Cemetery is 12 acres, with more than 5 acres still vacant for future burials. Now for the exciting news. The board of directors were careful planning and a very generous donation were able to complete a major improvement this year. The entrance of the cemetery was widened and a short part of the laneway was paved. The pillars were replaced to complement the chapel stone. A simple plaque was attached to the right pillar that simply reads Air Cemetery, established 1877. A gate and smaller fencing was installed to the vault entrance as well. To complete the frontage of the cemetery, black aluminum fencing was placed all along Stanley Street. We dedicated our new entrance at our annual decoration event in September, as Mayor Foxton always attends each year. Thank you. And Irene was actually our guest speaker. To honor the original gates, the old gates, a committee of directors was formed to restore them, and they will be placed in the cemetery in the spring. We still have more projects in the planning stages. Our 2 columbariums are almost full, so a new one will have to be purchased. The sidewalks around the columbariums are in need of repair. The chapel is in need of major improvements, including window restoration. This all is for us to look forward to. The 9-member board of directors are a dedicated group of volunteers who are all working together to continue to improve and beautify this special place. The Township of North Dumfries, I believe, is very fortunate to have such a historical and peaceful place up on the hill for the community to lay their loved ones. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I don't see any questions, but you sure know how to draw a crowd, Pat. Can I have the motion, please, Councillor Tilly?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Williams, that delegation for Pat Radke with the Air Cemetery Board be received with thanks, and that staff return with to a future meeting of council with an updated memorandum of understanding to modify paragraphs 3E and F of the October 28th, 2019 document to reflect the ongoing financial improvement of the township in the amount of $10,000 per year for the balance of the term of memorandum of understanding, and to recognize the continuation and relevance of the listing of the capital undertakings as set out in Schedule A to the memorandum of understanding.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And not to be outdone next, we have Mary Schmidt. Welcome, Mary, for the air turned 200 years old.
I wasn't expecting quite this crowd, but it's okay.
Or you do a crowd at the 200.
Oh. I'll touch the computer. So, welcome everyone, and it's so nice to see also other people who may have participated in AIRS 200, and I'm just curious, anybody here not, or I should say, did everyone attend at least one event? Okay, good. So AIR turned 200 years in 2024, and we hope that most would agree that there were a variety of free or inexpensive activities for all in this lovely town of Ayr throughout 2024. So I have a short slideshow to show you. I don't want to go through everything. I hope that most people would understand what we've done over the year, but we wanted to show the highlights and also to thank the township for everything that you've done to support us over this year. I'm just gonna go there. So technically, if I can just give an outline of AIR 200 events, the community involvement and how AIR 200 was able to support the community and also the different organizations in the community. I have a short video, I'm hoping it will show. And to thank North Dumfries Township and our many sponsors, as well as our volunteers. And thank the AIR 200 committee. There were 10 of us over the last 2 years that met regularly to plan and organize and implement the different activities. And where we're at now and what we are thinking to leave a kind of a lasting impression or lasting momentum of AIRS 200. So again, we had our media sites all the time. We tried to get the information out to the community and outside of the community through our town, through our media sites. And we are very lucky to have Denise Vanderhorst and also Aaliyah Jett to help us out with that. And Andrea Smith as well. Our AIR 200 events. So we started off in 2023. We thought we'd kick it off. And as many had seen when we came in last year and spoke, we had a very successful New Year's Eve. There's some of our volunteers. Batman came and Mayor Hobson was able to get a picture. We had activities in the upstairs community center. We had activities outside. We were able to close the bridge off with the support of the fire chief, Robert Shantz, as well as with the township to ensure that we could have a good viewing area for the fireworks that took place in Ostner's backyard. Very, very well received. It was really a highlight, I think, to start the whole 2024 events. Again, we had public skating in the arena, which was very successful, very crowded, but it was wonderful to see so many involved. We had Indigenous dancers and also the fireworks, thanks to Pete Pennington to organize it. He is such a great person for the community, always willing to provide the best and the biggest for whatever he can do for the town. So thank you to him and to the fire department for doing all they did to help us out that evening. Then in April, we had our In the Night Gala. over 200 people. Jeff Hutchinson was our MC. And a big thank you to Terry Vincent. She jumped in and did so much for us, organized pretty well everything. And it was a beautiful evening for anyone who was able to attend. It was a great way to bring our sponsors together and to bring community together to enjoy an evening, a live auction. And this is kind of part of it. We were able to provide for the community with this Air 200 events as well. And to the live auction, we were able to support Porchlight Counseling with an amount of $17,500. So that went directly to Porchlight. Air Knox High Tea at Knox United Church sold out event, and actually this was a great way to bring about the early exposure for the production of Brigadoon, which was going to be coming to in June from Air Community Theater. The money raised there for the church was $2,150, and that led us to then, of course, the beginning of Brigadoon. Brigadoon was the 5-night show that was held at Knox United Church. First time that they've ever done such a large musical in town to celebrate Air's 200th. And for those that don't know Brigadoon, it takes place in Scotland. And every 100 years, Brigadoon, this fictional town, comes to life. And then at the end of the evening, they all go back to sleep for another 100 years. So it'll be a perfect week for the 200th anniversary. And it was very successful, sold out audiences, and the money raised for ACT was $13,186. So as we go through this, you'll see that through Air's 200th, yes, we were able to put a lot of events on, but the money went back to the community, back into the different organizations over the year. And then other activities that took place would have been Air Minor Softball, having a softball day, Vic's alumni game in Victoria Park. The North Dumfries Lions Club held their annual fishing derby, but they just extended it a little bit. North Dumfries Baha'i community, they got involved and they created the hopscotch board. And I hope if anybody is able to go down to Cedar Creek School, you'll see it. And they have these beautiful affirmations along the hopscotch board, and you can just walk along. And I believe it's in different languages as well. And then, of course, North Dumfries Garden Club, they had a wonderful tour. I think there were 10 houses on tour, a beautiful garden tour on June 22nd. And it was well received. And I went, and it was nice to get around to the different parts of town and see some of these beautiful gardens in the backyard that you don't always get to appreciate. And then July was a quiet month because we were ramping up for our big weekend. And our big weekend was August 1st to August 4th. And I don't want to go through all the activities, but every night, Thursday night, we had many activities. One thing I'd like to point out too is on Thursday nights, the unveiling of the Air 200 tree, as well as the Air 200 bench donated by Omni Precast. Again, all our sponsors, not only did they sponsor us with a monetary sponsorship, but they also came in and brought other things such as the bench. And as we'll see later on, other things that came to the community that could stay in the community to commemorate the Air 200. So that was really a beautiful thing. So if you ever get to Victoria Park, you'll be able to see the bench and the tree together over by the pavilion. And then we had our homecoming dance, and I see some of our volunteers that were here. They were there that night to help us out. The Dawn Dance Memorial Fund, again, community-based, a family from Air who decided that they wanted to come and sponsor the event for us. And then the Midway in town started. Then the Saturday was a full day of events. And again, if you look at it, you'll see how all of the events really, it's either taken over, but not taken over, but sponsors came in and helped out. They got involved in accordance with their commemorative donuts, Air Foodland and Air Farmers Mutual with the community barbecue. Angela Watson, who's well known around town, she organized the Air 200 car show. When you think of it, the town got involved. It wasn't just us doing it, but everybody came forward and created such a wonderful weekend. And then we had some guests come in, the Ontario Mounted Special Service Unit. There's some shows. Again, they're free shows, but of course we wanted to recognize them. Touch of Trucks. Then we had the evening movie Under the Stars and Digital Scroll Videos. They created a video for to commemorate Air's 200th, and we were able to show it that night. And I know Air downtown Trimax, Tri-City Remax, they had it as well as part of the promotion for Air because they also helped to sponsor it. Then Sunday, we had the cooking service at the Centennial Pavilion, and it was beautiful, actually, to watch everybody walk down into the park. They were piped down by Kieran McPate, and then we had the ecumenical service for everyone, and we had representatives from all the various faiths involved in that. And then in the afternoon, we had just a nice quiet afternoon, and I think by that time we were tired. So it was a great weekend and a great way to celebrate, and the weather cooperated so well. And you never know when you have outdoor events, how things are gonna turn out, and it turned out beautiful.
Whole weekend was a tornado.
I know. It was so sad when everything happened that following weekend. So here's some pictures of different activities. And I mean, you could go on and on with so many pictures. Oh, the parade, we had a beautiful parade too, also on the Saturday morning. And then to carry on, we thought, why not have a concert outside? So a few of us, we were talking, and we had seen Ashley McIsaac come to town previously, a few months earlier. Don't know if he was available, so we had Ashley McIsaac, Ben Tucker, and then the step dancers, Mika and Ilsa McCarley, and then the air pipe band as well as part of this community concert. And of course, at the same time, we, through Karen's great thinking and Andrew McNeely, and also with McNeil and Dodd, we were able to put together the pond downtown. We got things happening really quickly, and North Dumfries Fire Department was able to get in there, put everything in place. And on that day, we were able to get the pond activated, and it was a beautiful, beautiful afternoon for everyone. And then, let's see, final New Year's Eve, we just recently had it. And again, we thought we'd just keep it low key, but we wanted to finish off with similar to how we started with the big splash. And we had beautiful fireworks again from Pete Pemberton and the fire department helping us out. And it was a wonderful way to kind of close off the year. And that is kind of an overview of the year. But I just want to kind of point out the different groups that were involved. We had the Air Rockets, First Air Scouts, North Dumfries Kiwanis, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, North Dumfries Heritage Historical Preservation Society, the Air Pump Track, Knox United Church, Air Community Theater, North Dumfries Garden Club, Porchlight, and all that money went back into the community organization so that they could carry on and do something for themselves and also for the community. Also, I just want to point out that the North Dumfries Garden Club, they really, really got involved in this 200. They had Patrick McNeil, he sponsored the flower basket holders that are in Centennial Park. They had these garden signs that they created that could go into the gardens. They provided 8 flower basket holders over Piper Bridge with assistance from Air Welding. They brought in the flower for Air 200, the Bluebells, Capanella. They really took hold of this Air 200, and I appreciate how much they did, and a lot of lasting pieces. There's not just happen for 1 year, they will be around forever. And also the Air Tartan, we were able to work with the Air Pipe Band to create this Air 200 tartan, and now many of you may have pieces or know of people who have pieces of the tartan that they could create some purses or curtains or a swatch of it for a sash. But we were able to get a new tartan for Air during this 200 year. And, oh, the video now. The video, I think, is in here.
Okay.
Can I press play from here?
Should be able to.
It's the little boxes over the top of my picture.
Oh, I see.
So I can't see where I press play. Anyway, it's okay. That's all right. There's a video, but if you look on Instagram or also on Facebook, you'll see something very similar to that. And I think that's kind of where I ended. Oh, just wait. It's going to be. I think we have to go back to screen. just to carry on as this is being done, I just wanted to thank the following from the Air 200 Committee, especially the Township of North Dumfries for everything that you're able to do to help us and support us, the staff that are always there for us. Just all our sponsors, again, we didn't really have to go searching too hard for sponsors. We were very fortunate that they came to us. And again, not only did they provide monetarily, but they also provided for other things along the way. So we were very, very, very honored to have so many people support, community member support, and sponsorship support us as well. So now, as we look through with the remaining funds, we've been discussing what we can do to commemorate with one lasting piece for AIRS 200. One specific idea the group is exploring is the creation of a cairn signifying the celebration, as well as this cairn could house a time capsule that might be open perhaps in 50 years. When I was speaking to someone about the cairn, he had mentioned that that might be a good time period because his son that would be helping out would actually be there perhaps when we actually open it. And you think about many of us, if we have kids, those kids would be around in 50 years and they could be part of this as well. So that's an idea. And similar cairns that we see in town or around town would be a cairn in Paris, the Edgar's Farm, and then also the gates of the Ayr Cemetery. So that's an idea. We think we have some extra funds, and it might be nice to see something like that in Centennial Park or else in Victoria Park. A big thank you. There's our thank yous, and then also a huge thanks to our committee members. So myself, Derek Osner, co-chair, Kelly Nielsen, secretary, Brooke Brenneman, treasurer, Denise Vanderhorst, committee member and social media, Aaliyah Gent, committee member, social media, Andrew Evans Smith, committee member and social media, Irene Agney, committee member, Pat Radke, committee member, Kate Pressman, committee member, Rod Roman, council rep. So thank you to the committee. It has been a fun 2 years. And when you think over the 2 years, who would have ever thought now we've come to the end of it? And it was a great experience for all of us. And we hope that we've been able to leave a lasting impression on the community and just some of these things that we have seen over the last 2 years and really enjoy the next 200 years to come forward. Who knows what's going to happen. But thank you again to our volunteers. I know there's some here. We couldn't have done this without volunteers. Again, we didn't have to go searching. We had a meeting and they all came. So it was wonderful to see the community come forward and the sponsorship come forward as well for everything over the last year and 2 years. Thank you.
And thank you, Marion. Councilor Austin.
I just wanted to say how great of an event it was and how fast last year went. Like we started planning all this and it's like, yeah, that's so far away. And then all of a sudden it was there. But I just wanted to thank Mary for not only her tireless work, but her leadership with everybody coming at her like baby birds wanting to be fed. What do I do? What do I do? And she's like, as she's running. You must be a reincarnation of a hummingbird because I don't know anybody that has that much energy and can continue to breathe and talk like that at the same time. But anyway, it was so crucial to have you heading us up and making sure everybody was on par, and that's what made our jobs easier. So thank you.
And it was a great year. You brought members back that haven't been here in a long time, and members came out new and fresh, and we're totally delighted. Thank you so much. Memories you made over that year will last for centuries. So thank you very, very much, Mary. Can I have the motion for this, Councilor Rowland?
Moved by myself and by Councilor Tilly that a delegation from Mary Schmidt with the Air 200 committee be received with thanks. And that the mayor, on behalf of council and residents of the Township of North Dumfries, prepare and execute a letter of thanks to the Air 200 committee for the well-deserved recognition in the delivery of the 200th anniversary celebration.
All those in favor? Thank you. Interesting, but I thought council did time counts, council. Back in Canada's birthday or something. We'll have to check it. Anyways, next up is Gord Taylor and Jenna DeVore with Waterloo Wellington Community Futures. Welcome, Gord. Jenna's on. Welcome, Jenna.
Around.
You can send Brady's thought.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor, Mayor Foxton. I'm representing the Waterloo. Well, actually, the Wellington Waterloo. I have a real problem with that, but this is, Waterloo, Wellington Waterloo Futures Corporation. It's a organization that I have been involved with for about 8 years now. And we are doing getting money out for various projects. So anyway, we have a new general manager as of last month and a half. And so Jenna DeVore is the person that we have got in. She's doing a wonderful job. And she's here now. That's good. Thank you very much, Jenna. And she is making a presentation for the group. So thank you.
Welcome, Jenna. Go ahead.
Thank you, Gord, for that. And good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. Thanks for allowing us to be on your agenda this evening. Our presentation might not be quite as exciting as the AIR 200, but hopefully you will enjoy learning about our organization as a resource for your businesses. So with that, Eric, just to confirm, I'm going to share my screen with the presentation, or do you do it?
You can share it if you're comfortable with that.
Sure. Okay.
I do have it if you need.
That's not coming up as an option. I wonder if PowerPoint.
Janet, Eric will do it for you, okay?
Sure.
Okay, Eric, please.
Thanks, Eric. I do have it ready to go, but it's not giving it as an option for me to share.
Well, while we're waiting, can you explain for the public what the Wellington Waterloo Futures is about? Because it's an amazing organization. And it's one of the
Absolutely.
best kept secrets.
I actually have that in my speaking notes. It's one of our best kept secrets, but really it's efforts like these, presenting to council, communicating with council and yourself, Mayor Foxton, what we do so that you can share that with your business community. Community Futures Development Corporations are funded by the federal government to provide business support, economic development support, and loans to rural businesses. We are nonprofit organizations, and there are 256 community futures across Canada, 61 in Ontario and 20 in Western Ontario. Our office specifically works in the area of Wellington, Waterloo, like Gord had mentioned. So the difference with our organization is the staff that are working with you. So we're a arm's length federal organization. And so our board of directors live in the communities we serve. They know the local issues and opportunities in their communities. And they look at applications, business funding applications, based on their knowledge of the community and what those applications, business opportunities might bring to the community. If you go to the next slide and the following one. Thanks for navigating the PowerPoint for me, Eric. We'll go next slide. So Wellington Waterloo, highlighted in the background of this image, you'll see the municipalities that we cover. So we cover 5 in the county of Wellington and the 4 townships in the region of Waterloo, including you folks. We have 4 staff in our office, 10 volunteer directors, one of them of which is Gord, and we thank him for his volunteer time on our board. He provides a lot of knowledge and feedback. And so we really appreciate his time. And we also have a group of mentors, so that the mentors also come from a variety of different backgrounds, both communities and business backgrounds, different industries that can help support our businesses. Next slide, please. So to date, I put this, so I did all of our facts based onto the end of December. Just our numbers are rolling every single month, as you can imagine. But since inception, we've advanced over 500 loans, maintained just under, created or maintained just under 5,000 jobs through our loans. This is through business startups and expansions. Assisted just under 7,000 businesses through not only the loan, the funding options that we provide, but also through our workshops and our mentoring programs. And the average value size of our loans are around 85,000. So in addition to the funds that we've put out from our organization, we've leveraged over 46 million in partner funds. And then, because it's very recent, we supported municipalities and the federal rollout of the RRRF. So we supported in COVID loans at just over 3 million. Next slide. So what do we actually do? Sure, we finance businesses, we support with workshops and mentorship programs. I will add to that list that the programs that we offer businesses are low cost, and we would classify them as attainable programs. We are considered unconventional lenders. We look at loan applications over and above the major banks' 5 C's of credit. We also look at the character of the applicant, and we look at their business application or the loan application holistically. We go over and above just, can they cover the cost of the loans? Of course, that's a huge consideration, but their history doesn't always lead to a no. We have a lot of businesses that just need an organization that will actually give them a hand up in business, and that's what our board of directors really does. We assess each situation uniquely. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah, so the coaching goes along. So in addition to the mentoring, training, and financing, coaching kind of goes along with our loan applications, just working through their actual inputs and outputs, revenue, expenses, and coach them along the way so that they can make smart business decisions. And we've also worked with a number of municipalities on specific economic development projects. The list of that is very broad. I think my next slide goes in, no, a couple slides down goes into detail, but if you can go to the next slide, Eric. We have a number of topics of business workshops. This is a short list, but over and above your basic marketing and sales, your human resources and operations, but we also have trendy workshops like TikTok and AI, what that means for your business. So it really depends on currently what's happening in the economy. We have a number of lately new workshop ideas coming into mind and coming to our office. So your business community can go to our website, wwcf.ca, and check what workshops we have on the roster. We're building out our 2025 year now. So over the coming weeks, the full year will be further populated. Next slide, please. Mentoring program is absolutely free. We have a matchmaking process that your business could reach out to our office. We dive a little deeper into what that business actually is looking for, what industry they represent, and what area of their business they are seeking support for. And then we match them appropriately with the mentors we have on board to make sure that that relationship is lasting. Next slide. So there are a number of types of economic development projects that we've worked on in the past. Over and above this list, we've supported municipalities in their Main Street promotions during large construction projects. We've supported a number of communities through COVID, helping businesses that are most at risk, industries that are most at risk, getting through the hard times. The list is quite exhaustive. If you can imagine, every community has their own unique challenges. So this one I would tailor and describe more to working with municipal staff. If you have staff who are responsible for economic development projects and they're looking to bounce some ideas off of a third party or just someone who works in the economic development field, we're here to do that. We can come up with solutions for certain things that are affecting your business community and potentially work with you on some solutions. Next slide. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I wanted to leave with you. I'll just add one final tidbit. And somebody asked me after I had submitted this presentation, what is the process from start to finish? Like, what does it look like if a business needs some support? It's actually really easy. They speak human to human. They either give our office a phone call or they send us an email. We'll pick up the phone, have a conversation with them, or meet them in person to really dive in and see what the business requires. Do they really just need someone to bounce ideas off of, or do they need financing, some sort of lending support? That's one of the most common requests we get. And there's a number of businesses who have been in the community for 20 years, just like us, and they can't believe they never heard of us. We find that some people, their dads or their moms had started a business and utilized our funding. And, because their parents knew about us, they will also start up businesses through us. And next thing you know it, they have 15 staff and all of a sudden that grows to 50. So we're easy to connect to. We have a group of staff that know the business community. We have a board of directors that represents our entire community, including North Dumfries. So they're able to relate to that business. If we have clients in your community, then our board of directors actually go and visit that business to see how they're doing, just say hello, pop in. So we're really personable. And yeah, if you could if your business community is looking for any type of support, you can drop them our contact information. We can reach out to them personally and hopefully we can give them a hand up. Thank you.
Jenna, is there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none. Jenna, maybe next year, the mayor's levy, I always have a levy in January. And you can maybe set up a table there and the public comes through and visits different tables. And you can maybe present some of that and reach out to the public that way. Thank you very much. I know you guys are doing a wonderful job. Even though you have Gord is doing a wonderful job as well. And thank you for all you do. Can I have a motion for Councillor Oxley?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Roman, that the delegation received from Gord Taylor and Jenna DeBoer with the Wellington Waterloo Community Futures be received, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to work with the Wellington Waterloo Community Futures on elevating its presence within the township and to develop opportunities for workshops, forums, and similar initiatives in support of our local business community.
All those in favor? Harry, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to the consent agenda. Is there any item that council wishes to speak on or follow from the consent agenda? Seeing none. Do we also ask? Is there any member of the public that has a question on the consent agenda? The consent agenda is the annual accessibility report, the fire department incident report, the audit engagement planning report, and the fire route bylaw update. Seeing none, can I have a motion, please, Council Williams?
Moved by myself, seconded by Council Osmer, that the following reports listed on the February 10th, 2025 consent agenda be received and recommendations contained therein be approved and acted upon. 13.1.1, report number CLK-05-2025-2024 annual accessibility status report. 13.1.2, report number FD-02-2025 fire department incident response summary, January 2025. 13.1.3, report number FIN-03-2025-2024 audit engagement planning report. 13.1.4, report number BLE-02-205 fire routes bylaw update. And that the following information items as listed in the February 10, 2025 consent agenda be received. 13.2.1, communications. A, resolution received from the city of Waterloo regarding municipalities under pressure. And B, resolution received from the town of Halton Hills regarding the sovereignty of Canada.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Well, I still see, we've been talking a long time, there's still seats here, if you, any of you people would like to sit down. Doesn't mean anything if you're sitting in the front, you're not in trouble. Next is communications. Oh, we did the commercials, right? Okay. That's right. I don't know. So report 14-2+.1. Yes, which is building 01-2025 site alteration for 1699 Sprague's Road. There's several few registered speakers, so we will start with them. Karen Scott Fleet, are they on?
Yeah, she's on.
Okay. Karen, go ahead. We have 5 minutes, Karen. Yeah,
Can you
yes,
hear
we
me?
can. You have 5 minutes. Yes, we can. We have 5 minutes.
Mayor Foxton, members of council, and members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm speaking tonight as an individual citizen, owner of a significant protected property located on the scenic Sprague's Road, directly across from the subject site and adjacent to the Sudden Track, Sudden Forest, and within an identified candidate cultural heritage landscape. I wish to begin by reiterating previous comments shared at the October public meeting, that we do not hold our new neighbors of 1699 Sprague's responsible for the current circumstances and the negative impact and damage to the natural heritage landscape. One would expect, and we obviously all assumed, that the requirements of the township site alteration bylaw, together with adherence to the official plan policies, required studies, and due process, would all have been satisfied prior to any site alteration. We believe if the process had been followed, we would not be here this evening, and no one would have experienced the frustration, anxiety, and stress that this has caused. At this point, the damage has been done. Although mitigation and remediation has been ordered for some of the damage to the environment and natural habitat, much is left as irreversible. Rather than dwell on what has been lost, I would prefer to draw your attention to what can be saved and wish to focus on a proactive approach, one that will follow recommended best practice and expert opinion. The question for council tonight: what can be done to provide the desired privacy for the property owners with the least intervention and disruption to these significant lands, and without further compromising the integrity of the character-defining elements of the broader area? At this time, I would like to recognize and thank the members of the North Dumfries Conservation Alliance for their continued commitment to the protection of our lands through education, advocacy, and action, and for their wisdom in retaining Robinson Heritage Consultants, I'll refer to them as RHC, to obtain objective expert written opinion regarding the cultural heritage significance of the scenic Sprague's Road and surrounds. And in addition, this document will advise the Alliance and our community on best practice to guide the future protection and conservation of this significant landscape. Through my experience in arts, culture, and heritage, I am aware of the excellent reputation of RHC and their recognition within the profession for both their expertise and integrity. I understand that this report was forwarded to the members of the council, and I do hope that you've all had an opportunity to review this important guiding document. While I understand that this was not commissioned specifically to address the question of a berm on the scenic Sprague's Road, it does provide opinion. And so on page 7 of the report, the expert opinion obtained supports our original position that a full cultural heritage impact assessment was required prior to any site alteration. This document also provides expert opinion on the construction of a berm along a scenic road in a candidate CHL. On page 12, and I quote, "The construction of berms is not an acceptable alteration or an acceptable screening device along scenic roads and within cultural heritage landscapes that contain important long views of valley lands over rolling hills. A more acceptable solution may involve the reestablishment of hedgerows and windrows in appropriate locations with an ample buffer zone." Further support for alternatives to a berm is found in the Parks Canada Standards and Guidelines for Conservation of Historic Places in Canada. And they make a number of recommendations, but I'll just share. One is understanding landforms and how they contribute to the heritage value of the landscape, and also not introducing a new feature where it may alter the character-defining landform that exists. In closing, when reviewing this site application request, please consider the additional negative impact of the construction of a berm on this significant landscape and valley. The continued disruption to these lands with the moving of an additional 11,000 cubic meters of earth for an unnecessary and unsympathetic intervention. A 6-foot-high berm that will not obstruct or obscure. Pardon me?
Gone past time, so you've gone past time, so just wind it up, please.
Okay, best practice of conservation standards and guidelines, as well as your policies and guidelines found in your own official plan, do not support this type of unsympathetic intervention. In addition, in recognizing the additional environmental concerns and risks to this sensitive area, I would also request that council exercise due diligence with the undertaking of a full environmental impact assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, any questions or comments? Seeing none, next we have Brian Booth. Is he here? Again, you have 5 minutes, and I ask you to be respectful. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we may be able to cut this short. I have 5 copies here I was told to bring, but there's more than 5. Who wants a copy?
City councilors, I don't know.
Councilor Monroe,
There you go. I left my microphone. Covered.
over here.
Yes, both councilors and myself.
Okay, then. They gave me that, but that's on the back. That's weird.
Everybody got it? It's a series of events which now I don't think really is going to matter, other than we go right to the second last page, which is number 5. I had this prepared because I was confused with what's going on out there. I like to see dimensions, and came to the conclusion that the berm isn't going to really do anything for privacy. And because you can see as you're coming past the 1699 Drive residence or the driveway, there's 2 proposed stone walls or concrete walls there, along with a gate. Then they have to maintain that drainage from the box culvert. You see that? So in other words, from the end of the wall, you drop 3 to 1 down to the swale, and then you come back up 3 to 1 to the start of the proposed berm. Then you go about 74 meters, and then you gotta go back down to the edge of the easement. So between the westerly end of the berm and all the way west to where you hit that existing big hill, which is across from Larry Cross's, there's over 509 feet of exposure. So it doesn't do the job. And also the report from Robinson Heritage Consulting on page 11, second paragraph down. The long and the short of it is, I'll just read it. When reviewing the current application for construction of a berm at 1699 Sprague's Road across from the protected heritage property at 1720 Sprague's Road, it appears completely disingenuous to suggest that a proposed berm is for privacy, as it would provide no privacy to or from the buildings on the property. Further movement of soils on the property would likely impact the endangered species further than the activities to date already have. However, your first meeting ran a half an hour late, so the owner and the builder, I think they're here, there they are, we had our own meeting. And if you look to page 6, which is the last page, that's what I was going to propose as an alternative. And lo and behold, that's what they already had in their minds as well.
Excellent.
Okay, so they're going to round that off because I mentioned in the original, or if you go back to the site plan, which is number 3, you can see the berm is actually there and it drops on a 3-to-1 slope all the way down to the bottom. So that would definitely be a 6-foot berm, straight up, straight down. They didn't intend that in the first place. However, I know how drawings get brought in and you don't really take a look at it. But that's what they say they're going to do now is round that top off, flatten it out. They're not gonna go much higher than what's there now, and then plant trees. The only thing I would suggest is like a business transaction, we should have a drawing showing the new berm, which shouldn't be a big deal. With the trees on it, so on and so forth.
You've got 1 minute left.
I'm just about done.
Really? What? Yeah.
That went quick. So, yeah, I'm pretty much done. Any questions?
Councilors, any questions? Seeing none,
Oh, one other thing, since I have a minute.
39 seconds.
If you look on the site plan number 3, you'll see the pink lines.
Yes.
Those are, fences to collect the berm, or collect the runoff. They are in, and because we're coming up now in the spring, we're gonna get a lot of runoff. So those silk fences should be put in. So rehab the berm, put the silk fences in, and we're good to go.
9 seconds, you've got 9 seconds. You've already used
No,
6
I'm done.
seconds.
I'm taking 9 again here.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, and next we have Dave Piper, by North Dumfries Conservation Alliance.
So,
Oh, I apologize. 1 moment, please. Dave, Austin, go ahead. Councilor Austin.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question now. So we're not approving or disapproving, we're not voting on a berm, is the owner / developer going to come up and tell us
We
and
don't-
confirm? Like,
We don't know that yet, so we're gonna hear all the
Well-
speakers. Thank you.
yeah, I don't know exactly what they're doing now.
We'll find out. So, Dave, do you want to come up, please? Thank you. 5 minutes, Dave, I'm trying.
Yep, thanks very much. I had a 4-page report here, I'm not gonna read it.
Good.
Problems sound as if they've been dealt with. Thank you for taking that into consideration and looking after that. So you know who the North Dumfries Conservation Alliance is. I have a nice little sequence of things to say, like Karen and Brian. I'm only gonna read our recommendations, and that'll be it. So our recommendation to council is to recognize that there are alternatives to the privacy of the residents in ways other than a berm, which is essentially just a pile of dirt. We would recommend that if a barrier is essential to the privacy of the homeowners, that it become a natural tree area instead. much like the immediate adjacent property next door. Already spreading scenic views are compromised with 2 gravel pits to the east and illegal dumping to the southwest. Adding more piles of dirt will only lead to continuing erosion of significant natural areas of North Dumfries. And finally, we recommend and encourage council to take full advantage of the complete cultural heritage impact assessment in all environmentally significant areas of this township to help ensure the protection of the environment and its significance and what it is that makes North Dumfries special. So thank you. And thank you.
Well done, Dave. Thank you. Tom Hetherington. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you for your time, staff and council. Tom Hetherington, I'm speaking on behalf of the ACO of Cambridge and North Dumfries. Speaking to this item here, the site alteration for Sprague Road. And I'm here supporting the letter that was sent in October, I think, to council. And that, you know, we object to the proposed construction of a berm. And we believe there are other investment areas that could be used, and it sounds like that's what's happening, so I will cut this short as well. But I just want to lay down a couple of points that Karen made, that this is a scenic road. This is also a candidate for a cultural heritage landscape. It's a very unique area. We're very fortunate to live in such a beautiful part of Ontario. And I think, you know, there's a couple of gentle protections we have to lay upon this area, and I think we should use them. And that's really it. So any questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dave Sullivan. Welcome. I guess you've made some people happy tonight.
Yeah, I wish we could have had a conversation outside of this room over almost a year ago, but and I'll let my builder speak as well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page before we make decisions here. I did want to just address a couple things and say thanks to the council for all the time that's been spent on your side and to the township staff on this issue. And I just want to acknowledge it is a small area. Well, actually, maybe before I talk about that, when I've used the word berm from the beginning, I've never meant berm as in what you see at the gravel pits with, you know, a big pile of dirt. And I'm sad that our neighbors and people around thought that's what we were going to put up in front of our property, and wouldn't look nice for us. It wouldn't look nice for anyone. So we always meant a berm with trees and really nice vegetation and things that just made it, you know, blend into the beautiful area that we're in. And that's all we're looking for there. So it's a small area. It's a third of the frontage. It does matter to us. It does help us with privacy, and there's other things we're going to do further into the property with trees and other things like that to complete that privacy that we're looking for. So it's just one piece of the puzzle, but it's outside of the scope of the application. So we never really talked about that. And again, it's a small area, hundreds of kilometers of road in North Dumfries for people to, you know, enjoy all the great landscape that we have here. So I'll leave it at that. I think, like I said, this is not a gravel pit type berm that we're asking for, and I'll let Aaron, our builder, to kind of clarify those points just to make sure we're all on the same page before we leave today. But we would love to get a decision today if at all possible. I know it's been a lot of time for everyone, and it's been, you know, as us, you know, being the homeowners and then people kind of personally affected by it, it's been a stressful time. So if at all, whatever your decision might be, we'd love to get to one tonight if at all possible. And yeah, we're really looking forward to being members of the community here again. And like I said before, we used to live in Ayr and kind of started our family there, and hoping to kind of start off our time here on a positive note again. So thanks again for all the time, and
Thank you very much. I guess, Aaron, you're up.
Evening, Council, Madam Mayor. Brian's taken a lot of the thunder for this, and just to clarify that, I really wish we would have had that conversation a long time ago. I've learned in the past 10 months, berm is equivalent to swearing in North Dumfries.
Yes.
My apologies to everybody. The word that's been recommended to me is drumming. which is a natural rolling hill. It's a property we're working with that is full of natural rolling hills. All we wanted to do was to put a little natural rolling hill next to the road to plant full of trees. Our maximum proposed height was 6 feet. We're willing to bring that down a little bit too, if that allows for a longer roll, plant more trees on it. There's not really much else to say. That's where we were trying to take this thing all along, and I'm open to any questions.
I would like to see that you do a specific design with staff and have it a part of the official record, so that that can happen as soon as possible. And I think council may base that decision on that criteria. Council knows.
I just want to make a few points. One is a thank you to staff for all the back and forth over the last couple years, dealing with this. And thank you too for neighbors for raising concerns and for, trying to understand what was going on. It's one of the great things about North Dumfries, and also perhaps sometimes it can be a bit frustrating, but everybody wants to understand what's going on. We all have insights and opinions. And thank you to Aaron and to the Salibas as well for being willing to work with everyone on this. That is really huge, and I'm very grateful for that. My question then is there anything in this motion that would need to be updated based on the information and decisions that we've heard vocalized tonight?
CEO McNeely.
So Madam Mayor, Councilor Wilms, the recommendation, starting with recommendation 2, actually makes a reference to a drawing that was done by Van Harten Land Surveyors and Engineers, drawing CO2, dated August the 19th. It speaks to an approximate 1.8 meter high earthen structure that occupies approximately 1/3 of the property frontage. I think Aaron has indicated that the intent is to sort of flatten that profile, so that it wouldn't necessarily be 1.8 meters in height. Problem is, we don't have a drawing that shows that. Typically, we put whatever the approved drawing is in the council has. We put it as a schedule to the permit, because then we measure against that when it comes to, for lack of a term, signing off on the earthly works. I don't expect it to have any issues as it relates to the dust mitigation plan, the sediment or erosion control measures, both construction and post-construction. It wouldn't necessarily affect the overall amount of material at the 11,000 cubic meters, but we would need to align the survey work at the back end that demonstrates that it's consistent with the approved drawings, which is recommendation 4. And the landscape plan, we have certainly the landscape plan that was signed off as it relates to the proximity to the southern forest block in the southeast corner of the site, but we've only had really spoken words and a conceptual plan around the gates, nothing on the earthen structure itself. So we were looking for that landscape plan. So we're really looking for now, based on, I guess, the discussions that occurred in the hallway, is an updated drawing done by Van Harten or others that would give us a profile that we can then measure against where the new permit once the work is done later in this calendar year. I do think it's more administrative in nature, but it's sort of putting context to the spoken words.
Are you making the adjustment to the motion? Go ahead.
If I just note in the this motion that you're looking at 5, the Aaron used a new word, we should probably replace there number 5 from burn to a
Drummond.
Drummond.
You want to say Scottish background?
There we go. That's appropriate for air.
We got a roll. Okay, so you got to revise the motion?
It seems to make sense. We can all learn something.
CEO
It's
McNeely,
good.
can you help her revise the motion, please?
No pressure.
And while that's happening, is there any other member of the public that wishes to speak on this side? You know, if all conflicts could be settled out in the hall, I'd have to send you all out there now.
And then council approved and revised. Site alteration. Comprised of a Drummond. Site alteration comprised. The Drummond. ERUMMOND. I stopped it. Okay, I know. Drummond. MMOND. DRUMMOND. Along the frontage. As per. Let's leave that blank right now. Revision date for today. Okay. We're gonna have to just leave that blank right now. They don't have a drawing number. Okay. Revision date. So take out August and put today's date.
Let me see your copy.
To the satisfaction of township staff.
Sorry, I put that up.
To the satisfy their township staff. Okay, with the following, okay. Right. Township staff. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That will be fine. So in accordance with drawing, I mean, something that.
Council Tim will now give us the motion.
Move myself, second by Council Roman, that BLDG report number 01-2025 be received and the council approved a revised site alteration comprised of a Drummond along the frontage of 1699 Sprague's Road as per drawing unknown. Revision date of February 10th, 2025 by Van Harten Land Surveyors and Engineers to the satisfaction of township staff in the following conditions. 1, hours of operation between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and no work permitted on statutory holidays. 2, dust mitigation plan to be submitted to staff prior to the commencement of construction for approval by the township. 3, sediment and erosion control measures, construction and post-construction be installed and confirmed by Van Harten Land Surveyors and Engineers to the township prior to commencement of the site alteration for approval. 4, final grade certificate required from Van Harten Land Surveyors and Engineers upon completion of site alteration for verification of grading in accordance with drawing unknown. 5, the submission of a landscape plan for the approval by township for native grass species and plantings for the area of the berm along Sprague's Road.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for working together, everybody. Thank you. Now have report number of BLE 01-2025 update to the outdoor open burn bylaw number 285-77 as amended. Any comments from bylaw? Nothing, no comments. Okay, any questions, councilors? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Council Roman? Oh, I'm sorry, is there anyone in the audience that wish to talk on the bylaw? Seeing that, oh, Council Williams, go ahead.
Apologies, Madam Mayor, I was just getting my notes. So I was just wondering with, the inclusion of the fire department. I was just wondering, if you could clarify, would this be in response to a call, or if they notice anything that they'd have, be able to say something, or if somebody calls them directly? Is this, how would this be? You just said.
Just, please.
Not sure I quite understand your question, sorry, I don't have a microphone over here.
Pardon me. So now that
Justin, come to the phone.
sorry, so now that anyone in the fire department can enforce this bylaw, would this be something they would do when they're solely on a call, or is it they notice something as they're driving along that they can stop and make a I know enforce the bylaw, or is like I was just wondering under what conditions that would be they would be able to do that. Thank you.
So typically, backyard fires are responded to on a complaint basis. That's under the provisions for the bylaw response that we're complaint driven. The reason that we included all members of fire staff to be able to attend and issue fines if necessary is that they do get calls for structure fires that have become started by a backyard fire or by a burn. So the ability to issue a set fine would be in the bylaw for any member of the fire department. Also, we have in our fees and charges bylaw that the fire department can build up for any emergency call that has been created by a fire without a permit. So those services.
CEO McNeely.
Madam Mayor, through Council Will, just to add on to comments from Mr. Harris. The other reason why it's broadly worded to any member of the fire department is because we are a volunteer fire department. So you may not necessarily have the fire chief on scene. It could be a firefighter who's a senior member and becomes command of that incident. And so they would be able to issue a ticket at that point in time. And that's partly just because of the realities. We don't know who will be available at any one point in time to attend an incident if the fire department is called in. So it's just the flexibility of the incident commander to have the ability to make charges if there's a contravention of the bylaw.
CEO McNeely, on that note, so let's assume that I'm a firefighter and I see something and I'm going to investigate it. Do I call into anybody saying I'm investigating it? So they're aware that I'm on a premise in a certain area at a certain time?
So Madam Mayor, we do everything through fire dispatch so that everything is logged in, so that there is a digital printout. Because at any point in time, regardless of the nature of the incident, we have to be able to defend why we are where we are and how the chain was activated. So no, we don't freelance. Everything is done based upon an incident being observed, called in, recorded, and appropriate incident response.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Austin?
So just to go along with Councillor Wills. So the scenario has to be complaint based or a call in before one of the fire department personnel can actually walk onto somebody's property, like property, like they can't just walk along and say, hey, I don't like that, and just walk onto somebody's property, can they? Like, is that not trespassing?
So it's not trespassing because under the terms of the bylaw, they do have the ability to do investigative measures. However, we don't drive the roads looking for business activity to purposely intervene. We do get a number of calls where adjacent landowners, a motorist driving by sees smoke, makes the call, and from that, we are then toned out and we have the appropriate response based on the nature of the particulars. At times, Kitchener Dispatch will actually notify the chief or the chief designate that there's been a complaint received And the chief will attend and do a size up and may escalate the call then for full response depending upon what is observed. So there's no real set example, but no. Similar to any other bylaw matter, we are generally driven by a complaint that has a registration, start and an end point.
Councillor Austin.
It's just to follow up on that point. I know that there's been a resident close in my neighborhood who's had small backyard fires going, and their neighbor just consistently calls in that there's smoke and so if someone's having a little campfire out back and the neighbor's not happy about that's going to be responded to by one of the fire department or by them.
Madam Mayor, through the councillor Austin, conceivably, yes, that may require attendance by a member of the fire department and or by law enforcement. Once again, typically dispatch asks a series of questions to get a better understanding. We have attended that property without a full response because of the nature of what was described to the dispatcher, and they've triaged and they have scaled it. And a member of the department has attended, done an investigation and determined that either the circumstance as presented when they attended didn't warrant any contravention to the bylaw. And or there was a permit issue based upon what was occurring and they were fulfilling the requirements of the permit in terms of where the fire occurred and the size and scale and the appropriate safety measures that were outlined in the permit in question.
Seeing no further questions, can I have the motion, please, Councillor Elton?
Moved by myself, so by Councillor Ossner, that bylaw report BLE -01 2025 be received. And that council enact bylaw number 3542 25, being a bylaw to regulate the setting of open air fires, including establishing the times during which open air fires may be set, and to repeal bylaw numbers 285-77 and 2316-08.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next up is report number PD 05-2025, proposed zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision 1940 Wrigley Road, file number ZC 01-20 and 32-20301. David is here with the presentation. David, welcome.
Evening, Mayor Potson, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the report this evening. Just quick, we are here in support of the staff recommendation associated with the zoning bylaw amendment and the plan of subdivision. We've been working with Mr. McNeely and Mr. Campos for some time now with regard to the zoning, with regard to the conditions of approval, and we appreciate the work that they've done to bring forward the report this evening, and we have gone through all the details and again are here in support. So the application is for the plan of subdivision and the zone change. These are the subject plans along Wrigley Road.
Can you maximize it with that little box beside the X?
I think I could have got it, but I probably could have crashed everything. I've had one of those days.
No.
Is that better, Madam Mayor, or do you?
You give me the on the side, large screen.
The box beside the X is not allowed.
Down at the bottom. Bottom right hand corner.
While I'm waiting, the presentation on Air 200 was amazing.
It was amazing, wasn't it?
So
They
just a
worked so
heads up,
hard.
mine is not as exciting as that, because that was great.
We'll wait till it's over.
That's,
Get more
that's
excited.
good
than
on
you
the
think.
screen, not on. There we go, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, what's on the screen to the right is the proposed, plan of subdivision. The different colors illustrate the different types of uses. Yellow being single detached residential, street townhouse. In some locations, the green, the walkways and the park. And the orange are, blocks for different types of multiple dwellings. On the, left side, townhouses, and the central block would be townhouses and stacked townhouses. As I mentioned, this application's been ongoing for some time, dating back to 2020, so we're happy to be here this evening with the recommendation. The plan has changed throughout this time. You can see on the left, two of the previous plans, and then what is proposed now. There's been a change as it relates to the location of the multiple blocks, the park block itself, the walkway blocks, and just how we're dealing with some of the lands adjacent to existing properties, and then also how we're dealing with Scott Street and revisions to that to ensure there's no driveways coming out onto there, and everything is kind of front lotted in so far as a streetscape without garages, or rear lot of guess. I looked at it. So the zoning provides for a different mix of housing, single detached residential homes, street townhomes, cluster townhomes, and stacked townhomes in what is the kind of northern red area just to the north of the park. So a good range of housing types. Over 30% are not single detached dwellings, which is a requirement in the regional plan to make sure we're providing for a mix of housing types in the area. This just gives a bit of an illustration of the perimeter trail or the walkway throughout the community. And this is more of a off-road trail compared to sidewalks and typical pedestrian connections or walkways. This trail itself then does connect into the sidewalks that are on both sides of the road, and then ultimately connectivity down into the park and to Scott Street. With regard to adjacent properties, we've looked at the interface between the various uses and how we can use grading associated with the plan and landscaping and privacy fencing as it relates to the transition between the properties, and matching grade at the limits of the plan with the existing properties, and looking at tree preservation along those properties as well. So there's two areas that this is the other area where the multiple residential block is. And in this area, you'll see the existing home on the left. The proposed block is on the right, where there'll be a transition slope that will be landscaped. And that would be in addition to any tree saving that would be on the property boundary with those adjacent lands. So we've looked at the interface with those homes. This just gives a bit of an idea of a preliminary park design. There'll be a large open space area for active space running around, kicking the soccer ball, and then more of a program space with the play area and possibly a structure element associated with that. That's something that would be determined in the future with Township Park staff, but this just gives some idea of the usability of that space and the functionality of it from a scale perspective.
David, could you go back one slide, because some of the people weren't seeing where they could see it, so they can see the slope on that you talked. There's slope there, so we'll see there, Pam, and then if you look at the picture now. So the existing building and then the slope and the landscape. Okay, thank you, David.
So we just a brief overview of the comments. There's again very comprehensive report completed by staff before you this evening. All of the township departments have identified no objections. There's some provisions in the conditions. There's a holding provision related to looking at some additional functional work as it relates to sight lines. And so there's still work to be done. The conditions require those details to occur. The Regional Waterloo, they have provided additional comments with regard to the pedestrian crossing that's proposed by township staff. Other than that, they have no objection to the proposal. And are requesting a holding provision as well, similar to the township. We have been working with township staff on the condition that's really related to the pedestrian crossing of Scott Street. And we are in support of what is being proposed by township staff, and we'll work with township staff on a functional design for that. That is a condition of approval. The Conservation Authority has reviewed all of the details and have no objections. No review of the conditions, so there's a number of them, but just as at a high level. A subdivision agreement and other agreements such as a pre-servicing agreement, but a subdivision will be required by the township. And that will ensure requirements associated with the development and the security of any site works in relation to the development. It's a fairly typical practice of the township that is entered into as part of the next stage of the process. That would be based on the preparation of a number of detailed plans, primarily the engineering plans, servicing, stormwater management, grading. There'll be soils report, tree inventory and preservation plan will be required that will kind of work together with the grading plan, a streetscape plan and traffic control plan, which would relate to the internal traffic. And then there'll be work associated with the sight lines along Scott Street and the connection of the internal public streets to that road. Requirements to address compatibility and interface with the adjacent lands that I was mentioning. There's requirements for sidewalk construction. And then preparation of architectural control guidelines to ensure, there's a consistent approach or a positive approach to new build form within the plan, construction management plan, and a sustainability plan. So all of those are identified as conditions that would be part of the next step moving forward. So in conclusions, a very coordinated and integrated approach has been undertaken. It's been comprehensive. We've been working together for almost 5 years now, and really, I would say, intensely over the last 4 to 6 months to work together to get to final zoning and conditions of approval that are before you this evening. The proposal will contribute to a new mix of housing type in the community and support growth in the township. The proposed subdivision can be adequately serviced through existing and future infrastructure for the area. As I mentioned, there's a future neighborhood park for this neighborhood, but it's at a scale that really is a neighborhood and will be a public park available to any of the residents within the township. The zoning is appropriate for the type and mix of housing that's being proposed, and the conditions of approval are appropriate for requiring the necessary details to ensure that the interests of the township and the public are addressed through the future final approval requirements. The application is consistent with provincial policy. It conforms to the regional plan and conforms to the Township of North Dumfries official plan. And staff have done a thorough job of outlining those requirements and how those policies have been addressed in the staff report. So we're here this evening to request that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment and enact the zoning bylaw amendment and approve the conditions of draft plan approval and the associated plan of subdivision. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I read the book over it a little quick. So reading through this, excuse me, I have numerous concerns with the development ranging from environmental to safety to design. Where do I start? So first of all, when construction, let's say what is to move forward, they talk a little bit about how they're gonna mitigate any kind of micro leakages into the waterway system, into the natural environment, which seeps down into Jedgore Dam, which also seeps down into the Neff River and all through the wetlands. So that's a concern of mine. Then if the development is to be built, we're looking at salting of the roads. We're looking at environmental issues again with runoff to the lower lands and the wetlands.
Councillor Austin, I'm going to interrupt. I made an error. It's time for the public to speak in minutes.
Oh, sure.
That's okay?
Sorry,
I'm
yeah,
so
yeah,
sorry.
no problem.
Members of the public who would like to speak on this issue? Yeah, go ahead, Irene. I'm sorry, Jim.
I'm also a resident. Are they proposing to backlot the homes facing Scott Street? Will houses be backlotted?
Madam Mayor, the front entry door will face onto Scott Street. The garages will be to the rear and will be off of the parallel street to Scott Street. So no, you will not see, you'll be front lotted with the front address, front door, looking out Scott Street.
Perfect, thanks.
Anyone else from the public wish to comment? See you on mute. Oh, go ahead, sir. Come on. I can't see you through the. Through the, oh, there you are. Come on up, Tom. Small town.
Unlike everybody else, I got way too many questions here. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to put on my Donald Trump hat for a moment, and I'd like to, for MAGA, make air great again. Let's start over. How many dwellings do we actually are encountering in this development? I never heard a number.
170 to 203.
So up to 203 dwellings, is what you're saying, okay? So we're talking additional 400 cars on the street. Just one point. Water management, I haven't seen anything about water management in this plan, nor snow management. To your point about salting and stuff like that. We're also talking about an entrance and an exit in a hazardous area on Scott Street, right on the bend. I lived there for almost 40 years. My children have almost been hit on that road. It's not a safe place. I'm looking at the road loading already, which we currently have pardon me, French, a lot of trucks coming down that hill. And they do not by any means do the speed limit.
Tom, can I interrupt now? See, can you talk about what we plan for the road? What we hope to have happen versus what the region plans?
So Madam Mayor, the conditions to draft approval, the holding symbol on phased scale development for the plan of subdivision speaks to a series of issues that some are directly attributed to concerns you've expressed about traffic volumes, sight lines, and the general road safety of the Scott Street corridor. Township has undertaken its own set of speed trials. Paradigm traffic consultants who were retained by the developer also undertook certain speed trials at different locations. And there is a fundamental concern that the existing speed of traffic more magnified for those that are traveling from east to west, so leaving the countryside and coming into the village. We have recorded speeds upwards of 107 kilometers right at the east limits of the village. And at the intersection of Hilltop and Scott Street, approximately 80 kilometers an hour. That's without even considering the class subdivision. So that's the existing condition, and it is a problem. It is outside the purview of the developer to deal with. It is actually a functional issue of the region of Waterloo as it relates to Brayton Road. And our consultant has identified a series of steps that they would like to see the region undertake to lower the speed limit. In the present period, whether or not the planned subdivision itself goes ahead. And it includes tiering, the reduction of speed, generally from the Wrigley Road area, the Reedsville Road area, toward the village, and dropping it down to 60 kilometers, approximately 1 kilometer east of the village, and then down to 50 kilometers, about 200 meters east of the village. Because right now, it goes from 80 to 50 right at the southern boundary. In addition, they believe there needs to be, I'm sure you've seen them in some communities in Oxford County, those flashing signs that talk about what speed you're traveling, and obviously if you are going above the posted speed, flash that along with a warning message. They believe that there needs to be enhanced signage and pavement markings to once again signal the transition from the rural countryside into the village, and creation of a gateway feature or something similar to that to once again amplify that you're leaving the rural countryside and coming into the urban area, all in its sum to try and better modify the behavior of drivers.
What's the success rate of that?
So there have been success rates in terms of reducing the overall speed. And Oxford County, along all of their county roads in their various settlement areas, have faced similar issues. And about 3 years ago, rolled out a very comprehensive review and has had success in lowering their speeds. And some of the aspects that are captured by our township engineering and requested the region to address come from that kind of level of analysis. And I've indicated that's outside the purview of the developer because it's an existing condition. And as the road authority, the region needs to deal with that. We've had discussions at staff level with the commissioner. He also believes that there's means and methods that could deal with the issue of road safety and specifically speed of traffic coming into the village. So he has accepted that principle. The specifics have not been finalized. As it relates to the west leg of Street A, which would be opposite the Hilltop intersection, it's initially not going to be open as a public highway because of the diminished sight lines to the west. As we look specifically around that curve toward the intersection of Stanley Street, there is not sufficient clearance sight lines to allow for the safe movements of vehicles leaving that west leg in the absence of some improvements to reduce the edge of the drumlin that comes into current regional road allowance. And that element has to be removed to allow for sufficient distance. So there are two things. On day one, that west leg would not be open for the purposes of motor vehicle traffic. And there's a holding symbol that only allows a certain amount of development to occur within the subdivision proper, utilizing and enjoying the benefit of the east leg of Street A. It's anticipated that this work in terms of reducing the improving the sight lines would either be done as part of the region's project to reconstruct Scott Street, which is identified in their capital forecast for fiscal year 2027, or the developer, if they wish to move ahead in an earlier time frame, would undertake that work with approved drawings to deal with that site impediment as part of roadworks on that portion of Scott Street. The other issue is, Mr. Aston spoke about this in his presentation, is the issue of the safe passage of cyclists and pedestrians across the Scott Street corridor. You know, effectively, I don't know how else to describe it, but this emerging neighborhood is essentially an island. You're either gonna move within the subdivision itself, or if you wish, to go anywhere, whether you wanna walk downtown, if you wanna walk to Jim Schmidt Memorial Park or Cedar Creek Public School, or just to visit neighbors on the south side of Scott Street, you have to cross Scott Street. And so what has been recommended by our engineering consultant is what they call a pedestrian activated crosswalk. And so under the Highway Traffic Act, under book, and specifically the design criteria in book 15 is published by the Ontario Traffic Manual. This is a lit crosswalk. And when a pedestrian or cyclist wishes to cross the road, they push a button. There's flashing lights on the side posts of the crosswalk on both, in this case, the north and south side of the road. These lights are about 8 feet above grade. They would illuminate both directions, east and west of the crosswalk. And we're obligated under the Highway Traffic Act to give the pedestrian the right of way to they stop. And we are not allowed to enter through the crosswalk until such time as the pedestrian is clear of crosswalk. We talk in our planning documents, whether it be the township official plan or the regional official plan, about this 15-minute neighborhood. We're trying to promote the ability for people to walk or cycle to their destinations. It's incumbent upon us to have the proper infrastructure in place if we're truly going to promote active transportation, the ability for people to have safe passage along our road corridors for cycling and pedestrian purposes. So those are some of the aspects that have been built into either the design, phasing of development, or conditions to development as it relates to the Scott Street corridor, dealing with either speed and or movement of vehicles, vis-a-vis the sightlines, and or pedestrian connectivity external to the planning subdivision to other parts of the village.
Carry on, Tom.
Okay. The west entrance sightline then that you're talking about, that's gonna be opened on a later date.
It would have to, well, it could happen, not knowing when the development proceeds.
Okay.
The region may do the road improvements before the development actually moves ahead. What we're saying is that west leg of Street 8 would not be opened as a public highway until such time as those site distances have been improved to meet the, what we call the TAC guidelines, which is a minimum separation distance, unobstructed sight line, based on the rated speed of the road. And today, they don't exist. Those improvements are required before that can be used as a full functioning vehicular T intersection.
So those sightline improvements that are gonna enter on the private lands.
No, they would be within the existing regional road allowance. There is been a review undertaken by the owner's consultant, which was signed off on both the township's engineer as well as the regional transportation department as to how those sight lines would be improved with the works occurring within the existing Scott Street road allowance.
I can tell you, but knowing the curve. Anyway, next thing for me, we're talking 203 homes. Or multiple dwellings, we're talking minimum 400 cars. There are gonna be additional traffic going downtown area. Which you either go over Jedburgh Dam or you go down to Main Street. Either way, not a good plan for an additional 400 cars on top. Let alone what we're already building on the south end. The existing subdivision, we're adding a lot of buildings into this little town with no traffic control. You got a train that's causing a problem every day on Facebook. We need to seriously think about that. I know that's not anything to do with the subdivision, but it's a big problem when you're starting to add more bodies to the game. That's all I got right now.
Thanks, Tom.
As far as one more thing, what's the timing on this? Welcome, do we have a a date when this is supposed to launch or start,
So,
or is that in council's hands at this point?
For the owner to.
David? Any idea?
So I would say the idea would be to, we have to work through the additional drawings and conditions of approval to probably be moving dirt next year.
Next year start.
Yeah.
Thank
Now,
you.
we also you talked about road traffic and that, don't forget that we're working on Mansfield there to connect to the Grant Water Road. So we're gonna upgrade the road to connect to the Grant Water Road.
Okay, that depends on which way the traffic decides they want to go.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily create flow.
We'll see. Anybody else wish to speak on this matter? Go ahead, come up to the microphone, please, and give your name.
Hi, Christina Felicia. I'm one of the residents at 100 Scott Street. I just have a couple questions, actually. First one is the cluster housing that's going to be abutting the properties, the residential property. Where is the parking going to be, at the front or in the back?
The parking will be, so if there's the slope and then the units, it will be kind of on the unit side of the project, not in the back adjacent to the existing residential.
So the existing residential, is it going to be a garden or grass or landscaping? Just trying to get an understanding of what exactly you're gonna do behind the building, but that space that was mentioned in the plan.
So there's a plan, along the slope. I can explain, where the multiple residential block is in large slope, that we need to transition the grade down. There's a plan for some armor stone, some landscaping along that edge, so it matched the grade at the property lines of the existing homes. And grade down where there would be a slope with some armor stone and trees and grasses.
Just a couple of notes just from the abutting property. I know there's lots of opinions with respect to other concerns. I'll just talk about from the abutting neighbor's point of view. Biggest concerns is privacy, security, and the number of neighbors that's going to be behind us. So the first is privacy. I understand you're planning to put fencing. So I noticed in the wording, it says exist if needed, exist if there's no existing fencing. There is farm fencing behind us. I would hope that the council would require it to be more sturdy than that. So really formal fencing that would ensure that no one's going to cut through our properties to get to the sidewalk to get downtown.
So Madam Mayor, there's two different styles of fencing proposed around the entire perimeter of the land holding, save and except Scott Street frontage. So if we look at the east, north, and west elevations, where the either the single detached or the medium density block we're talking about backs onto those four properties that front on Scott Street. That's a 1.8 meter high board on board privacy fence, and that's a condition of draft plan approval. So there will be engineering submissions as part of a future either engineering schedule or landscape schedule that would just show that detail, how it's going to be anchored into the ground in terms of the, the post depth, make sure we post below frost line and the actual design of the board on board fence. The rest of the site would be a 1.8 meter high vinyl chain link fence, similar to what we do for all of our park blocks.
Trying to think the height here.
6 feet.
6 feet, yeah, that's, I asked the same question, that's kind of 6 feet.
So that would be like,
No,
6 feet, 6 feet. Taller than me.
okay.
I'm 6 feet. Fence is my height.
We're old, we go in feet.
So privacy, I understand they're gonna do, gardening to ensure it. So then the last one is the number of neighbors. I know it's going to be proposed to be a cluster building, so multiple units. I wasn't sure from the submission if it was actually going to be a condo, where it would really be one entity. Where if there's a complaint, it's one person we could need to talk to, or if it would be single owned units where then there might be several more people to discuss. And it's a condo, what rules of condominium rules are going to put in place to ensure not disturbing the budding neighbors and keeping disturbance to a minimum for the budding.
So at this point, there could be one of two types of condos. There's a standard condominium, which is an option, and then there's parcels of the tide land and the common element condo. So the first one is where there's one condo in contact. The other is where there's each individual kind of parcel is owned by an individual, and then the road is a common element or park space. So we're still working through that as far as which type of condo it will be. But there will be kind of condominium declarations to that. As far as kind of nuisance and those types of things, I think honestly, I would say that's a typical bylaw issue that probably needs to be dealt with. I don't even know that a condo declaration can help with that. But I would say the condo requirement can relate to, making sure that that's the slope vegetated area stays the way that it is, the way that it's planned. But I would say it's probably bylaw where there's outside fires, for example, that that's where that would be.
So maybe I can just add on to what Mr. Atkins has touched upon. Whether this is individual lots, a traditional plan subdivision, or it's a condominium cluster, all the parent bylaws of the township contain from the plot. So our lighting bylaw, our noise bylaw, our open fires, our clean yards, property standards, all of those bylaws will continue to apply regardless of the nature of ownership. If a situation were to arise, it would be referred to bylaw enforcement division, they would conduct an investigation, just like they would in any urban or rural setting. Specific to this development, and which layers on added controls that are unique to this setting, is two things. The rear lot line would be your common lot line between this medium density block and your current rear lot line. Because of the change of slope and the fact that we're looking at generally a 3-to-1 grade transition, we've actually prohibited and resulted the ability to put structures or buildings on that slope. And what we've done is we've actually defined specific to where there is a slope. The setback for those future accessory structures would actually measure 1.5 meters interior to the lot, measured from the total slope. The intent is that the slope itself would largely be kept in a naturalized type state or a landscape state. And it would actually be a site plan that would be specific to that medium density block. And amongst other things will be a landscape plan. That plan, those terms or conditions are part of an approved document, a legal instrument that's registered against the title. So future condominium corporations or owners within that future condominium corporation have a series of controls placed on them. There would be their condominium declaration and how they can use their individual units or change things like the color of their doors or whatever. But we also then have the control of the land activity in terms of where the parking will be, how stormwater will be dealt with, how the landscaping will be established. And all those things are registered on the title of the property. And then there's a regular bylaw that apply to any residential setting, like the noise bylaw. So there's a whole tiering of mechanisms that will be applicable to this site.
I just want to make sure council that I'm on.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, now it's council's turn. Councilor Lawson.
Round two. Yeah, round two. We're gonna finish round one there. Okay, so, where was I? The environmental issues. So the thing is that we get these reports on how they're gonna mitigate it, minimize it, how they're gonna do this, like what's gonna happen when the developer's done and it's in the township's hand. So I don't need an answer right now from it. I just, these are all questions that I think we all need to keep into consideration before we move ahead with this development at all. So the thing is that we have been stuck in the past with certain issues that have happened from developers, and they say, that's not our issue. Once we're done building, that's your issue. You're the one that polices it. So I don't want to get into a situation where we're going to be dealing with contaminated water, runoff, salt, etc., into the wetlands. The other thing is, I'll get to the traffic in a second, but density targets. So they say here about 63.6 residents per hectare is their density target. Yeah. So I think that's quite high for air. I think we should be down closer to our minimum target of 45. So I think that if we're in the 50 range, that's fair enough, but I think that's an awful lot of people for the size of that development.
See over here.
So Madam Mayor, the 45 units, so for 45 persons and jobs per hectare is from the old regional efficient plan. In year 2011, and it got replaced when the region approved what we call Regional Efficient Plan Amendment number 6, which was adopted in August of 2022 and approved in the province of Ontario in April of 2023. There are two key caveats specific as it relates to density. One is that the built form in a greenfield development, so deemed to be a greenfield development, has to have a minimum of 30% of townhouse or medium density type housing. The other is an increase in the overall density of the development. Generally speaking, other than the development that council approved, that we call it the old 180 Northumberland, the old Schneider Meats property, and the redevelopment of those 4 properties opposite it at 197 to 211 Northumberland Street. Most of our greenfield development have been in the 57 to 58 units per hectare range. And that's allowed for a mixture of single detached of varying frontages and townhouses and or clustered townhouse opportunities. This development at its upper limit, remembering there was a spread of units, excuse me, between 178 to 203 units. If they were to max out their full opportunity of the 203, that's where you get to the 63 units. If you're closer to the 178 residential units in the development, then you are slightly below that 56, 57 persons and jobs per hectare. The reason why there's a variance is because we haven't got in front of us a site plan for the 2 medium density blocks. And there's a whole series of criteria that have to be fit onto that property: stormwater management, how they're going to deal with impervious surfaces, and the ability to hold their water. Externally, we can only control so much within either the road network and or the infiltration system in the parquet block. It will be a key factor to determine how dense those medium density blocks will be based on their storm water. The other is parking. Generally speaking, in condominium type developments, we require minimum 2 car park spaces per dwelling unit.
And then a ratio of 1 visitor parking space for 3 dwelling units. Once again, depending upon how many units are there, it becomes a mathematical formula of how much space can be accommodated for the parking, how that parking will be arranged. And because it's deemed to be hard surface, it correlates directly back to the overall aspect of your stormwater management. So that's why there's a range, because there is still another approval layer to be done, which is those 2 medium density blocks through a future site plan application, with all of the technical studies specific to the emerging urban form and how it will be dealt with within those 2 respective blocks. So, yes, this would be one of our, across the entire plan, it would be one of our more dense subdivisions. But it hasn't been demonstrated yet that we would actually be at that upper level.
Councilor Olson?
Thank you, CEO McNally. My point still remains that as presented here with the number that they're talking about, it's a very dense subdivision. So I'm hoping that they will bring that number down, so it's not that many people. It's gonna be an awful lot of cars. As Tom was saying, it's gonna be an awful lot of cars. There's gonna be kids, there's gonna be families. Which brings to another point. But before I get to that point, the other thing on design. To me, it would have made more sense to put the single family homes there on the yellow that they have along Scott Street. Put it over to the west side. Where the stacked homes are, and put the stacked home up against Scott Street there, because why would you put single family homes against the major street? Like, and I think it would also be a little calmer for the residents that live over on that side of Scott Street that are backing onto those stacked homes there. The pink is stacked homes, or is it, what is it? The writing is so small, and when you enlarge it, it's all blurry, so. What's the pink?
So through Mayor, there's 2 pinks
This big piece there,
on the left-hand side.
Yeah. west
So
side,
that would be townhouses, not stacked townhouses. The stacked townhouses are for.
Yeah.
And then one closer to the other part.
okay.
Um,
I just couldn't figure out why the stacked townhomes weren't up against Scott Street. Since the development is down lower anyway. Rather than having, like I said, some single family homes that are backing onto the other properties that are on Scott Street. But I'm sure they'd rather see the roof of a house than stacked townhomes.
Can that be changed with it? Can that happen?
That's a suggestion. I mean, I'm only one person on this council. I'm just giving you my concerns. And it's, it's a democracy, so these are my concern. The other thing is the trail system. It's a trail system to nowhere. Like, it doesn't connect to anything. It just goes around here, And again, I'm not sure if up against the residents there where the hill is, whether there's gonna be like a walkway there or anything. It looks like there's only 2 now, but they don't really go anywhere. They don't really do anything. To me, it looks like it's gonna be more of a hangout for the older kids. Trash. Yeah, it's gonna be more of a problem than a benefit, because it really doesn't go anywhere. It really doesn't do anything.
CEO McNally?
So maybe if I could start, Councillor Oster, and David then could chime in. It was actually a request of the township to have the off-road trail system. Because the 2014 trail study that the township approved, mission that approved, talks about a trail feature on this property. Through the prior owner, this property did change ownership about 2.5 years ago. We identified the need for the trail system, and there was actually a presentation made by some members of the public saying there should be a trail system. So the
one iterative version actually had a trail system going along the entire east side of the plant and across, I'm gonna say approximately 3/4 of the north elevation before coming down to the looping Street 8. We identified to Mr. Aston and his team that we didn't see from a grade perspective the majority of that trail being usable, that it was gonna create too much of a challenge to fit it in. We suggested that they shorten the trail, which generally shows as on the concept plan that Mr. Aston presented. We were trying to deal with a stable slope, trying to achieve a reasonable grade profile to bring the walkway blocks back to the road network or the sidewalk network without causing significant problems and to generally align with AODA requirements. And so the trail system, as outlined, was initiated by the township as a request and then was modified as more information became available and direction was provided to Mr. Aston and his team to shorten the trail system because of some of the topographic constraints and their ability to achieve them, knowing that those lands would be transferred to the township in the fullness of time. It would become a municipal asset and it would become a challenge for us to maintain the long term.
Exactly, and I understand trail system, we talked about it, connecting, connecting the kids to school, connecting kids to parks, like there's no connection to the park. It's just a trail that goes around one side and just stops. And then comes down this side and just stops, that's not what I would consider a trail system. To me, that's not of any benefit. If it would have connected into the park, maybe that would have been a better idea, connect the trails, because most trails go to parks, that's where the kids are gonna go and play. But with the internal road system and sidewalk system, I just don't see the benefit of what's designed here. And my last point is the kids going to school. That's gonna be the big thing, that's gonna be the safety issue, that's where it's gonna be the problem. Wrigley Road is a fast road. You can put 60 kilometers up, you can put 50 kilometers up, but they move fast on Wrigley, they move fast on Swan. I've seen it. And we have numerous complaints about it, and it happens. You're gonna start crossing kids from a subdivision, and the region will not let us put up crosswalks. Like, this cannot happen without flashing crosswalks or even three-way stops on the road going into the subdivision. The traffic needs to slow down, the traffic needs to stop. Otherwise, it's just duck hunting. It's cars are gonna be going. And we have to make sure that the children that are gonna be in this subdivision can safely get across the street. And our crossing guards aren't in danger.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Councilor Oster. The issue of speed was very evident at the two public meetings that have been hosted over the last 3 to 4 years. It's been well documented in terms of speed studies, speed trials that reinforced the excessive speed along this corridor. It is an existing problem. The township engineer, supported by the owner's consultant, has identified ways that the region could improve the existing circumstances on Wrigley Road, whether or not this subdivision proceeds in its present form or not. As it relates specifically to the crosswalk, our engineer, specialist in transportation design, has said that pedestrian activated crosswalk, so the flashing lights, is required to be operational before first occupancy. So before anybody moves into a house and has the possibility of walking to school or walking downtown, whatever the case may be, that pedestrian activated crosswalk
has to be operational and commissioned. In his professional opinion, that is a prerequisite for development. We have built that into the conditions to draft approval. You are the approval authority. Staff, based upon the technical expertise of our transportation engineer, has brought that forward as a recommendation for council, and it's right now in the draft plan conditions. The region, in correspondence as recently as this past Friday, does not support the pedestrian activated crosswalk and wants to do a study at 50% occupancy to determine what, if any, improvements are warranted in terms of that crosswalk design. We don't believe that's appropriate. Staff continues to make a recommendation to council that you move forward with the pedestrian activated crosswalk. Staff do not believe that the region's proposal of decommissioning the existing left turn lane onto Hilltop is the answer, and putting in a refuge island. The word refuge island unto itself has a really, really negative connotation. It will be incumbent upon us that if council moves forward with the staff recommendation, to have this debate on the floor of regional council, where regional council can, I would hope, based on the presentations and the information presented, will embrace the position taken by the township and applaud the township for upholding the policies that regional council enacted in August of 2022, where they talk about the importance of 15-minute neighborhoods, getting people out of cars and utilizing walking and cycling as an alternative to the motor vehicle. If that were to occur, then the region staff would have no choice but to implement the conditions as drafted and included in this report.
See, on the boys getting this, as we spent a few hours today discussing, Chair Redmond called me to say, hoping that I would back the region report. I said, I will not. I said, I back CEO McNeely's report totally, and I will be fighting at regional council big time. Yeah, Councilor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we know development's gonna happen in our town. It's inevitable, it's inevitable everywhere. But we have to try and make it very responsible and density targets and safety for children, safety for cars pulling in and out, elderly, like you have to make this community, a happy, safe community. It's like any other community in our township. So, yeah, all the things that I raise up, are concerns for me. So, until we can get some sort of answers on it, I'm not happy with this.
Councilors, the other comments, Councilor Rowland.
Madam Mayor, so just a point of clarification for you, the CEO. If regional council does not approve this, then does not approve the traffic calming measure we're talking about, then is this project back at zero again, or what happens next?
CEO McNeely.
So, Madam Mayor, through the council Rowland. If regional council does not support the position taken by the township, I would have to bring back a further report to township council to modify the condition applicable to what is now referred to as the pedestrian activated crosswalk. What that alternative might be, I don't know. Maybe regional council provides direction that's a variance to what regional staff has proposed. Certainly, our technical team from Burnside Associates will be part of that discussion. We can't back away from the premise of public safety, but it doesn't reset the development. It deals with the specific of that nature of that crossing
And, you know, this is an island unto itself, as I described. And the moment you want to leave the subdivision, you have to cross Scott Street, regardless of where you want to go, by foot or by bike. And safe passage has been a priority from day one. Staff started this discussion as part of the pre-consultation before an application was first made with the prior owner, and has continued in a consistent fashion to articulate this. I hope that the majority of regional council members will embrace their own policy document that they adopted. And we move forward based on criteria put forward by the Township. I do believe the region does a good job on area-wide systems. They are an industry leader across the province as it relates to groundwater resources. They fail, in my opinion, to look at neighborhood scale context and how to fit their infrastructure into a neighborhood environment. And we're trying to overcome that. And that was one of the main reasons why the province of Ontario moved planning from a regional level across the greater Toronto Hamilton area and put it in the minds of local council, because you know your neighborhoods.
You can tell how passionate CEO McNeely is. Just one question in that, and Councilor Ross, actually one comment. So I was speaking to CEO McNeely as well as Karen Mackin today, and this, and I said, so you're gonna put the automatic speed enforcement on all these areas within the region to save children from being hit. But a known area by a qualified person telling you you have to have a crosswalk is being ignored. And that's one of the arguments I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use the engineer's report, and it's gonna be an interesting discussion. Councilor Rose and then Councilor Ross.
So I just want to register that I concur with Councillor Oster's concerns, both with regards to the density and the traffic as well. And I'm grateful for Madam Mayor's and the CEO McNeely's passion around this topic, and I wish luck. I think the whole traffic issue is not just Swan, like the whole introduction from Ridley Road into Swan Street, like it goes back a lot further in through Ridley settlement. It's a straight road, it's flat, and everybody just puts the house in the middle, and it's getting more and more dangerous, and the more and more cars we introduce, the worse it's gonna get. So I really hope we can find a lot of good partners in the region and elsewhere to help us navigate, because we have to build, but it's also very hard when the roads are not up to the standards that they need to be.
For the public's information, once it's gone past the public and comes to council, we usually don't go back to the public again unless council agrees to let some public people speak again. But first, we'll finish off the council. Councilor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to CEO McNeely. Just with density targets. Because we don't have a public transportation system, do we fall into the category of having to follow those targets or not?
If you're on a high priority transit corridor, there's even a much higher density. No, the density threshold that I spoke to are for typical greenfield urban development. And as I said, where there's high transit corridors, the density is upwards of 400 persons and jobs per hectare.
How many?
400.
Okay, all right, then I must be looking at the wrong sites. So just to clarify, you were saying approximately what, 55, 56 per hectare?
So what I indicated was, I take a look at our recent subdivisions, greenfield subdivisions, so if Legacy or Bruce as an example. They were in the 57, 58 persons and jobs per hectare.
Thank you.
I just have a comment, and maybe this might help some of the discussion and questions on density. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. McNeely about it, but we have the two multiple blocks and the zoning for them. And what I think we could do is kind of switch the zoning so that the larger block is just townhomes. And then the other block is where the staff townhomes are only permitted. And I think it's just a matter of switching VII and VI for that.
What
On
we
the
could do
schedule.
is ask that a certain density be matched, such as 58 to 60, we could ask for that. Which is same as Bruce saying, and
56, you said 50,
58, didn't you say? CO?
56.
So Madam Mayor, I indicated for Cruise and Legacy, we were in that 57 to 58 jobs and persons per hectare. They also have medium density blocks, very similar to what is proposed here in this subdivision. And in mixed with on-street townhouses and single families of varieties, frontages. So just so I can better understand Mr. Aston's comments just a moment ago. You proposing that block 18 now would be the
Councillors,
townhouse?
councillors, are you willing to allow our members of this public to speak again? Are you okay?
Well, you know, because there's gonna,
Yeah,
They
okay,
don't
so
want
just leave it. Okay, we just.
That was-
So you can write in your comments, send them in to council. Or, let's just say that to council, write them in, no, write them in and send them to us, okay? Write your comments and send them to us, okay? Thank you. Okay, you have that, Steve?
So maybe if I could, I'm gonna ask Mr. Campos if he would put up the zone schedule on the screen, just so that we can make sure council understands graphically what Mr. Aston just spoke to. With the zone change. So if I could, the pink area that is at the northern edge of the subdivision in the approximate center, I'm looking at east-west. So in front on the street A, and would be that block between street A and street B. In reference to as block 18. What Mr. Aston just spoke to Township Council about was as an alternative. Block 18 would now be where the stacked townhouse units would be. And the larger medium density block, which is framed to the north west. So would have those 2 points of access to street A and would be framed by the slope along both the north and the south boundaries. What he's proposing is that would now be townhouses. So in clustered form, an internal private condominium road, but it would be just the townhouses. It has two different events. One is it would lower the overall yield of development because block 18, which is in the center of the plan, is a smaller parcel. And so you can only build so many units on that when you respect setbacks from the public street as well as the parking corridor. The other is height. So where you typically have a stacked townhouse, your maximum height is 14 meters from average grade. Whereas the townhouse is 12 meters in height. So it has two influences. One is if you do swap the blocks, you reduce the overall number of units just from a practical perspective, just given the physical size of the two parcels. And adjacent the ridge, and those 4 lots, sort of 3 lots, I apologize, that back onto the development that are on Scott Street. The overall height of the buildings is reduced by approximately 2 meters, which is close to 7 feet.
Thank you. So that I'm so glad you're here to work with us and councilors, any other questions? Councilors, go ahead.
So, yeah, we have the carry loss deferred thing. So like. I don't want to move this, I would prefer to defer this until we see all these changes. And see some of the answers to the questions rather than move forward with it. Because I don't want to, I just don't want to move forward with this and then get through the region and say, well, we may get this if we continue with this project. The region may come to their senses, you know, I don't want to, you know, put my foot in a maybe.
See you over there.
So Madam Mayor, through to Councilor Austin. Putting aside right now the swap of the two blocks in terms of the bill form. The only thing that's outstanding is whether or not on the floor of regional council, they will overrule their staff and facilitate the requested pedestrian activated crosswalk. You mentioned earlier some of your concerns with the plan when we talked about an environmental component and potential contamination of a commingling of surface runoff with the groundwater system that might in time migrate toward Jedford Pond or Cedar Creek. There's actually conditions to draft approval that talks about how that will be dealt with. Remembering that the stormwater system will eventually be assumed by the municipality. So there are certain specific design criteria as well as separation from the static groundwater table. There is the requirement for the owner to have commissioned, I'm going to call it an operations plan, so that we understand how to properly ensure the proper maintenance on an ongoing basis related to the infiltration galleries or infiltration baskets, so that they continue to perform over the longer term as originally designed. We will be doing the winter maintenance on the public roads, just like we do every other road, including Main Street crossing over Jedford Dam. And we are very judicious in terms of how we use salt on our road systems, given a number of natural systems that are found not only in air but across air. And on the condominium blocks, so if you take a look at those two blocks as an example, there's an actual requirement for a salt management plan, because it will be through the future condominium corporation, and we're going to administer it through the site plan, which, when approved, becomes conditioned to the site plan and works its way into the title of the property. So the condominium corporation follows through on a continuous basis on the design criteria of that salt management plan and how stormwater will be dealt with within that block, with those portions that would not be handled by the internal storm system that will be directed to block 20 being the front end. So those aspects are in place. We have an environmental strategy as to times of the year when earthworks can occur, clearing of vegetative communities because of potential disturbance to certain bird species that are already in the Cedar Creek Valley system. There is a specific condition that speaks to the landing turtle and the potential migration from the valley system up into the property in terms of how we will prevent, for lack of a better term, the migration of the turtle into the subdivision property. So that there isn't a conflict between the urban area merging and the native systems to the north within the Cedar Creek Valley system. There was a lot of environmental testing and analysis done in support of this development, given its proximity to the Cedar Creek system. And there are a lot of crafted conditions specific to this subdivision that have been put in place for the checks and balances. But more importantly, to recognize the need to properly assess potential offsite impacts attributed to that broader ecosystem. And as I said, we're going to work their way into conditions of approval, studies, and the like to ensure that the construction activity and then the future urbanization of those lots is done in a manner consistent with those technical studies.
That was a very comprehensive answer, but I would just want to add one thing, and that's your subdivision agreement, which is a very strong tool that you have as a municipality that will include the implementation of all those requirements along with monitoring requirements, securities, and the fact that, you know, there's infrastructure being constructed. You know, that infrastructure will be constructed in its earliest phases of this development. This development's not gonna happen in a year. It's gonna take some time. So that will be monitored over time to make sure that there's an understanding that it's working. If there's some kinks, it gets figured out. And that's what the subdivision agreement is for. And then ultimately, the township would not accept that infrastructure without certification that infrastructure is adequately working. And then that's why you're holding the securities, and then those securities get held. I don't know if it's 2 years or whatever post-development as well, before they're released to ensure that infrastructure is in place, working throughout the development and working kind of post-development as well.
Councillor Tilly.
Just don't see anything, I know we've discussed this, but I don't see anything that's showing exactly if there's gonna be a, excuse me, just made notes here. Will there be a merging lane coming in and out onto Wrigley Road there? Is that, or is it just gonna be the two-way street still the way it sits?
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Till. There's no additional lanes proposed to Wrigley Road or Scott Street rising from this development. The region has proposed to close the existing left turn lane that handles eastbound traffic coming out of the rural countryside and making the left-hand turn onto Hilltop Drive. Our consultant doesn't believe that's appropriate and that left turn lane should remain in place. And so we are at variance to that. The region wants to put a refuge island where that current left turn lane exists.
Councillor Tilly and Councillor Larson.
I believe that this is just echo the words of everybody else has spoken, that this is an issue that unless they can build it safely, unless we can get a promise from the region that we can do this without. It's ridiculous to think that that road at its busiest times now isn't a problem. Adding these additional houses, adding this additional in and outs that are gonna happen. This is gonna cause more chaos in that already very bottleneck area. And I believe we should not. I hate to say it, proceed with something, even though I would like something to happen until we got the region on board. And actually, the question to the mayor, would it be supportive for us as council to come to the regional council and to stand up and say that this is something we'd like to see done by the region for our township?
I think I would love it.
And there.
I have two things. I would say that the landowner would also support, we've mentioned that, the position of council. My one ask and maybe suggestion or comment, I'm not sure what it is of me tonight. To defer this to then go back to the region and go to council says one thing. To approve this as a council and say, this is what we think is best for our community. This is the condition that we want. And go to council and say, as a community or as a council, this is what we're looking for. In my opinion, is a stronger position than to say, oh, wait, we need to come back to you. We need to, again, because Mr. McNeely has, I know he told me has done a lot of this, so I'm sorry to steal your fire, Mayor, but that would be our suggestion.
In the motion, see, we'll have to change the land swap. Okay, so we can work on the land swap, so bring down the density. Also, and that this is based upon no crosswalk. And the left turn lane was a Hilltop remaining.
So Madam Mayor, you don't need to amend the resolution to deal with the pedestrian activated crosswalk
because it approves it.
and or the left turn lane, because it's already enshrined in the attachment number 2. The issue of, for lack of a better term, flipping the built form for those 2 medium density blocks. All you would do in your resolution is that the draft bylaw be amended to put the stacked townhouses on block 18 and the clustered townhouses on block 19. Staff would undertake that change in the schedule, and it would be consistent with that direction.
Okay, so you got it, Counselor? Counselor Austin.
To you, to see on the county. So, okay, that scenario, that's fine. They split the block, switch the blocks, etc. But then I want to see what that does to the density target. That's not my first comment. That's just a response to what you said. My thing is, I'm trying to understand how this is going to go. And I understand he wants to move forward with this development, wants to move forward. I would too if I was a developer. But I just take me down the road if we say, yeah, okay, that's great, you know, you've done the density thing, that's wonderful, you know, we're gonna do the wastewater things and everything, and they start building, and all of a sudden the region says, no, under no circumstances are you putting a crosswalk on the road. You think the developer is gonna pack up and go home?
The other thing,
So, Councillor Oscar, if I may, Madam Mayor, maybe I should reinforce all of the interim staff. Tonight, we are seeking approval from the Township Council to issue draft plan approval for the plan of subdivision and the roster of conditions that are part of your circulated agenda. Part of that is the pedestrian activated crosswalk. The other part is the zoning to implement the lot fabric road layout of the draft plan. And Mr. Aston has suggested a friendly amendment on the floor to flip the built form between blocks 18 and 19. Council can build that into their resolution if council wishes to pursue, I'll call it the flipping, where the stacked townhouses and the cluster townhouses. As it relates to the decision making, if council does adopt the draft plan approval, maintaining the pedestrian activated crosswalk, we know that the regional staff do not support that. I had a discussion with Madam Mayor, and over the next few weeks, she will be working with her colleagues on the political side of the equation to introduce the nature of this subdivision, the engineering review that's been undertaken by township staff and the consultant that the township retained, as well as the relevant extracts from the regional official plan, which you are now responsible to administer because of the implications of Bill 23.
Yeah.
And then Madam Mayor is going to bring it to the floor of regional council to have regional council embrace the position taken by township council, which they would override the position letter issued on a Friday by regional staff. If that event occurs, it's long before we're even into the detailed design or the earthwork phase of this subdivision. We're talking about over the next 2 to 3 months. If the region council does not embrace the position taken by township council, it'll say 2 things to you. One is words are hollow when they're highly glossed press release related to 15-minute neighborhoods.
tell us how you really feel.
There's a credibility issue there. That's my personal opinion. The other is that I have to come back to township council with a rework of that condition, striking out the reference to pedestrian crosswalk and frame another alternative to get people across that road. I do not believe in the alternative. It will be as effective from a public safety perspective as what's been before you today. But at the end of the day, the developer cannot put infrastructure in the regional road allowance that the regional will not issue a permit for within their road limits.
Councillor.
One more question. So the region owns that road.
Right.
How many feet do they own from the middle of the road to the sides?
So I apologize, I don't know the exact width of the right-of-way corridor, but they own the boulevard and the travel portion of the road. So, you know, it's in excess of 26 meters. I just can't tell you what the exact width is, but they own the property line and property line. We happen to own the lands on the south side, being the fire hall and the park. The developer owns obviously the old Tom Hall pit, and the region owns the corridor in between.
So if push comes to shove, the developer could say, you know what, I'll just build a bridge over the road.
I was thinking the same thing, I will get a shovel.
You know, you gotta skin a cat somehow, like this is just ridiculous that our quote, you know. Governing body is not supporting. Everything that they're talking about. Growing communities and they take a big chunk of our tax money and they won't let us do. What we need to do to keep our residents safe. It's ridiculous.
And, you know, that's gonna be. I'm not gonna put words in Madam Mayor's mouth, but I'm sure that'll be part of the presentation of the debate on regional council floor. And I have confidence that there are other mayors in other townships and other cities that have the exact same issue. And they're gonna put it from the lens of something in their local neighborhoods that they've been faced with. And they're gonna bring that same litmus test to this debate.
Councillor Alderman.
Yeah, Mayor, so I tend to think the best thing to do here is to give you the ammunition that you need to go fight a regional council. If this council backs this motion, then you can go there and say, this is what our council wants to do, not go there with your hat in your hand saying, please, regional water, please give us this. Instead, we say, we passed this, we've asked for this, you guys are gonna do it, and that's the way it should be. We stand for the region, tell the region council, do it our way or get it.
See, and we did that with the condominium. Remember when the rental wanted to go to condominium? And the region's documents said that they can go to a condo from rental. And we voted rental to remain rental. And it was a long, hard fight, but I got regional council to go against staff. And they voted that we could keep the rental units. And it's the same type of thing.
Sorry, I'm sitting here trying to respond to comments that I'm hearing actually on the fly. Done some math and with the change in units, I think, if we looked at a max people and jobs per hectare of 60. That would work, so that's kind of reducing it down from the 63, I think that would help. If we can get it down to 60 and we're still gonna work, because the other thing is. The max is relating to an assumption that all of the lots in the subdivision are gonna be a minimum lot width, and we know that's not going to happen there, so. If there's one more thing that, I don't know, we added, I could do. In a resolution, I guess, but I think that's something that, based on that switch of 60. People and jobs or 60 residents per hectare.
Councillor Austin.
So.
Don't go.
Going up again, I wanna, can you see my map from here?
Yes.
You said you're flipping these two, right?
Yes.
Well, what if you were to take this and put it here up against Scott Street and flip this over to there? That way, the height, because there's such a difference in height from the property, that your taller units would actually be against Scott Street and wouldn't stick out so far. I'm just a little concerned that might be like for the middle of a subdivision, you've got the tall units right there. Would that be a possibility?
Do we have that map, please?
You may,
Thank you.
we looked at a bunch of different options and how and where to locate the height, and I think what, you know, when you're talking with Scott and as you're working through views through the site, to bring those stacked townhouses to Scott Street. What we're trying to do along Scott Street is to have kind of single detached homes that would meet the streetscape along Scott Street and not introduce stacked townhouses, which would be a different built form along Scott Street. So we're trying to hold kind of that concept. As you get back.
Okay, folks, let's listen.
Yep, sorry, just reminding of something.
As you kind of transition your way to the back of the site, I don't think that those units are gonna tower kind of up. Because you'll kind of be looking through other residential, single detached. To a distance in the back and the view from Scott Street, I don't really think you're going to see. The tops of stacked townhouses near the back of the site, which is why you're kind of trying to locate the density internal to the subdivision.
See you again.
So, Madam Mayor, the other issue to block 11, which is the land area generally between the two legs of Street 8 fronting onto Scott Street, is the grade. We've got two different competing grade profiles. Where we've got a grade going from east to west, dropping as you move toward Hilltop. And we've also got a grade profile going from the boulevard on Scott Street northerly, once again, dropping toward Street C, which is parallel to Scott Street. We have more flexibility, deal with a gentle step when we're dealing with the single detached homes versus townhouses or the stacked townhouses. So one is trying to deal with two different competing called natural slopes that occur on the property. And trying to make the built form work. The other is across the street, we've got single detached homes on Hilltop. And we are trying to generally mirror the transition coming out of the Hilltop subdivision onto the opposite side on Scott Street. So one is in the context of just the site itself and trying to deal with the transitions of grade. The other is trying to match or be sympathetic to the established neighborhood to the south that frames Hilltop.
Okay, councilors, any other questions? Pretty soon we have to do a bylaw to go past 10, but anyways, moving on with the motion, Councilor Austin, you had the motion, and Councilor so do you want to read the motion, please? Oh wait, the revised motion, CO McNeely, she's ended the last number 5, do I see? No. And give Councilor Austin that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep. The block numbers are right.
Someone with better eyes.
I just want to make sure Madam Mayor, the block numbers are
Yes,
correct.
of course.
So.
That was great.
So. We start times is on block 18. And the cluster townhouses on block 19.
Yeah.
And with that amendment, then we're good to go.
We're changing it again, we're changing it again. Okay.
I'm just making sure we got the right cross reference numbers.
Legal counsel on the law, and maybe tomorrow night. Yeah. Thank you. Counselor Austin, the motion, please.
Moved by myself, second by Counselor Wilms, that PD report number 05-2025 be received. And that Township Council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the subject lands from zone Z14, mineral aggregate zones Z4B, urban residential, and Z12, open space. And subject to site-specific bylaw exemption 20.1.337, and the provision of a holding symbol. And that Township Council approved the conditions of draft approval for the associated plan of subdivision, included as attachment 2 to this report to facilitate the future development of the plan of subdivision 30T-20301 for a mix and range of residential community uses. And that Township Council is satisfied that the requirements for a public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act have been met. And further, that bylaw number 3541-25 being a bylaw to amend general zoning bylaw number 689-83 with site-specific zoning provisions to permit the development of a residential community on the subject property be enacted as amended to place the stacked townhouses on block 18 and the cluster townhouses on block 19.
All those in favor? Opposed? You abstained?
There's another option.
Oh, defer. It's scary.
Madam Mayor, if I could just ask, we do a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock.
The motion to extend the on-time. And Councillor Williams and Councillor Roll, and we can move this up. Just tell me. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Jared. Yeah, please.
And from myself, Senator Councilor Lehman, the council extend the curfew for the February 10, 2025 council meeting beyond the 4-hour time limit as set out in the procedural bylaw.
All those in favor? Sharon. Okay, let's move right along. We're at 14.2.4, report PD 06-2025, request to waive a cultural heritage impact assessment and approve the alterations of a listed heritage property to extend the decommissioning wall to create a code compliant firewall for 45 Stanley Street file number CH0105. Any questions or comments? I'm impressed. Councilor Washington, would you like to read the motion, please? Oh,
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the old one. Councilor Williams, please. Didn't throw the old one out.
Just wanted to bug it.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Tilly, that PD report number 06-2025 be received, and that Township Council approve waiving the requirement for cultural heritage impact assessment GF for the building at 45 Stanley Street in support of the proposed renovation and construction of a demising wall between 45 Stanley Street and 1302 Swan Street to create an Ontario Building Code compliant firewall. And that Township Council require that any portion of the demising wall visible on the exterior of the building be constructed using similar decorative masonry blocks to those that currently exist along the front facade of the building near the roof line and above the brickwork.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. You're getting tired, Councilor.
No, they're so fast.
Okay, report number 14-2-5, PW 001-2025, Hall Street reconstruction project. Any members of the public or council have any comments? Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, at a previous meeting, we discussed this project, how big it was, and how it would be difficult to undertake, and now staff are coming forward saying the project's too big to undertake. So I'm just wondering, pushing this project off to 2028, pushing off all of our paving, really concerning to me. I'm just wondering about the strategy of not getting any of these projects done. I understand the footbridge is important, but the footbridge, in my feeling, is that footbridge basically supplies Cambridge with gravel, whereas Hall Street is a street that is used by the residents of North Dumfries more than the footbridge. So I have a concern with that. Precedent setting here, reallocating money from roads to the footbridge. I want to explore preparation for staff on that.
Councilor Tilly. CEO McNeely first, and then Councilor
I
Tom.
like that. I was just gonna note that I wouldn't not hear about the footbridge.
I was gonna say that this.
Pretty important too. You know, Ward 4 is still part of the township, so we need to probably get over here a little bit.
Hall Street's also part of Blaine.
Yeah,
Okay, CEO McNeely now. Go ahead, CEO McNeely.
Yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councilor Rowland, it's a cash flow issue. We had hoped to, Hall Street is an expensive project, in part because the nature of the design that we proposed here, stormwater, and how we were going to try and direct that to deal with today and changing circumstances with our microclimate. Our heritage resources and the extra measures that we need to put in place from a design and construction management perspective. And then the other is the actual traffic management, because we do have an active school, and we have to provide connectivity to that school site through probably 80% of the construction season associated with their public school. All of these are driven up in the cost as we identified in the report. So it really comes down to a cash management perspective. We identified that this project in the draft 2025 budget would be contingent on securing funding through the Housing Enabling and Other Services Fund. Intake number 2. We were not successful. If the township were to fund this from reserves, make up the difference, 2 things are in my mind. One, it would significantly curtail what you would do in the future years because of the additional draw from reserves. So yes, we could fund it through internal reserves, but it would impair other projects later in the capital forecast, the ability to deliver that. The other is, today's the 10th of February. We go to the marketplace now. And reviewing the bids and having to have council award a bid, we're into May now. We lost a part of the construction season. I'm not confident that we will be able to do the project in its current scope and scale within this calendar year. And we now spill into 2026. And the moment you tell a contractor stop work, shut down for the winter, and then come back the next calendar year to continue the work program, there's a demobilization cost, which increases your budget deliverables by a factor. The other is, I'm gonna call it the nuisance and aggravation for the neighborhood that would now be faced with perhaps 1.5 seasons worth of construction rather than the compressed work schedule that we originally hoped to secure. Funding announcement had been made at an earlier time frame. Remember, we applied for this grant in early September. We still haven't been officially notified by the government of Ontario that we didn't get the funding. We just worked on a press release that announced the funding, and then the writ was dropped the next day for the election. But I'm still waiting for the letter from the government of Ontario. But we've deduced, because we worked part of the roster on the news release, that we did not secure this funding. Why did we recommend taking the approximate 900,000 that we were gonna spend out of our own funds to do this project in 2025 and reallocate it to the footbridge? As we mentioned to council, when we reported on the footbridge back in December, our engineering consultant said that rehabilitation work has to be undertaken in the next 2 to 3 years. We're doing some initial work this year to secure our permits, and also approve that spend in the 2025 budget. With the intent that we'd be going to the marketplace in the fall, to actually start that bridge work next spring. The additional 900,000 means that we're not contingent on waiting for government grants. We can fund the project internally without overdrawing on the reserve accounts and affecting other broader road resurfacing and road reconstruction projects. So that's where the cash flow, capital management perspective comes from. There's a risk with the bridge. We now have documented by our structural and bridge engineer that we need to do the rehabilitation work. They've given us a time period, and so we've been trying to balance all of these road linear projects, and staff have presented an alternative strategy so that you can fund the various projects, recognizing that Fall Street would now be pushed in 2 additional years.
Council Williams.
Again, I can sympathize with Councillor Ullman's frustration on this item. It's been on the agenda for a long time. It's something we would do. And it is very disappointing that we just can't. Are there any other opportunities for grants or anything else that would allow us to proceed? Or are we just kind of in this rock and hard place and we're just really stuck with this decision without being able to really do much about it?
So, Councilor Williams, as I indicated, we could fund this project out of our current reserves. It would affect other road related projects in the back end of the forecast period. But what I'm concerned about is, you asked, are there other grants? So today, no. Partly because the federal government hasn't released any new grant structures. They're probably moving toward an election fairly soon. We're in the middle of a provincial election. And there's been all sorts of promises made as part of an election campaign. What they translate in terms of future budget commitments, provincial level, and what they look like in terms of spends, in terms of either dollar values or when they would occur and what terms and conditions may be appended to them, I don't know. But right now, we did apply for the program that was available to us last fall. We were not successful in securing funding from it. That program now has been fully spent. And there's nothing in the immediate period that I can put hands on and say, there's our plan B.
Councilor Tilly.
To go along with Councilor Roman's request, and I guess in the same way, Councilor Roman's request, we did put on any road work this in 2025 because of our budgeting and our trying to make sure that we weren't going to be putting ourselves in a poor financial situation. Is so obviously with putting this pot over into the footbridge, then again, we're still looking at a zero infrastructure repair period this 2025.
So Madam Mayor, through your council, no, there are other linear infrastructure road projects. We have the Thompson Street drainage improvements proposed in the draft budget. We have the reconstruction of a portion of Brantwater Road, Swan Street, to call the approximate location of Charlie Creek, which is just the settlement boundary. And we're reconstructing Greenfield Road from the CP rail corridor to the approximate location of the Summit Aggregates drive.
Council Bowman.
Madam Mayor, so, I guess the question I had earlier was, I understand footbridge is part of our Dumfries, I'm not saying it's not. But what I'm hearing is that there's no funding, no grants available for the footbridge. So therefore, we have to self-finance the footbridge. But there's no grants available for Hall Street, therefore we can't go ahead with Hall Street. So I just don't understand how we're choosing a project over one project over another. I'm not suggesting that we should never fix footbridge, but as we all know, when things go into the capital forecast, they can easily be moved around. So we put Hall Street back to 2028, and then we have to do the footbridge for 2028, then Hall Street we push back to 2030, which is, fine. Hall Street can fall apart. We push back Butte Street for how many years now, so yes, that's fine. So I have to stand up for the village of Air. I have to stand up for Ward 1, Ward 2, our wards. You stand up for your ward, Ward 4, I understand that. But in the hierarchy of the road plans that we have, these roads were identified a long time ago as needing to be repaired. So all we're doing now is what the council did 20 years ago, push everything out, push everything out, push everything out. I'm just concerned, 2028, 2030, 2035, we can't afford any of these projects. It's not gonna happen. We're not gonna have any decent roads left.
See, over here, I have a question, which is in the worst shape? Which has to be done? And like, I mean, if Hall is in the worst shape, then we should be going that way.
So, Madam Mayor, the surface on Hall is deteriorating, not in dispute. So I was identified as a road project, and that's why when we were doing that, we were looking at the full reconstruction because we don't have a stormwater system that we need to properly put in place. And like why staff is pivoting to the footbridge is because it is identified as a risk.
That's important.
And that's the differentiation between that and Hall Street. I don't have a huge risk today. We have an identified risk that's presented to council in the footbridge from the engineer in the December report. And that's why we asked council for the permission to have the additional spending of monies in the 25 budget to get the permits, so that we go to the marketplace and we can build that, so we can rehabilitate the bridge in 2020.
Okay, so
2026, sorry, my year straight.
yeah, so I understand, okay, the risk, we have to mitigate risk, because that's a danger. But, the work we were gonna do to Hall, it said it should be resurfaced this year?
No, we have a full reconstruction. So we are actually taking the existing curbs, sidewalks, and putting it out. We're digging down about a foot and rebuilding the granular road bed to a proper composition of materials. But before we put in the new granular material, we are actually putting in, for the first time, a proper storm sewer system that extends from generally the intersection of Northumberland Street and will drain to a retrofitted storm pond at the intersection of Hall and Main Street. And then with that, there's some traffic calming elements that are been incorporated into the design. So it's a full road reconstruction. This is not a resurfacing job.
Any Councilor Tilly?
In the condition that it's currently in, does that mean that there has to be patchwork and repairs done in order to make it a safe road and productive road?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, Councilor Tilly. So when it's inspected weekly, and as potholes arise, they are patched by our public works crews. There's nothing structurally wrong with the road itself. It does require that TLC to ensure that as potholes rise or as patches need to be replaced, that work is undertaken.
I see no further questions. Can I have a motion, please, Councilor Tilly?
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Roman, that PW report number 01-2025 be received, and that staff be directed to defer the Hall Street reconstruction project to 2028 in the 10-year capital forecast. And that direction be provided to the treasurer that the allocation of funds in the 2025 budget for the Hall Street reconstruction project be protected and rolled into the 2026 capital budget to offset the planned expenditure associated with the major rehabilitation of the footbridge, the footbridge road bridge project. And that the treasurer revise the project funding for the Hall Street reconstruction project in the 10-year capital forecast to increase the portion of the project to be funded by the region of Waterloo related to the provisions of water services, and for staff to re-engage the region on this matter.
All those in favor? All those opposed? It's carried. Report number recreation 07-2025, allocation of former Air Grant Club donation to the Community Skating Initiative. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please, Councilor Rowland?
Myself, by Councilor Osmer, the council receives report number 07-2025, and that council accept the process to allocate the cash donation of $17,000 from the former Area Club towards providing learn to skate clinics to North Dumfries youth over the next 4 years until 2020.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving right along, Brown's Community Park naming contest. Any questions or comments about that? Councilor Timmons?
First of all, I think the work done on this naming contest looks fantastic, and I totally appreciate the fact that it's a great involvement for the community. I just see it as maybe a potential opportunity as a fundraiser. And I'd throw that out there as a comment as well. So for something that we're here.
Yeah, wonderful.
So I'm just putting that as a conversation topic. Or possibly some other fundraising that could be coming up for ice rinks or stuff like that.
Okay, any other comments? We now Councilor Osmer, please.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Wilms, that report number 08-2025 be received. The council authorized staff to commence the naming of the park contest for Browns Community Park located at 24 Oakwood Drive.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Somebody wake the two gentlemen up so they can now. 14.2.8, report number rec 10-2025, North Dumfries Twin Path fundraising sponsorship campaign. Michael and Russ Hutchins will be speaking for the Center for the Community Group. So, gentlemen, come forward. Next time, give your speaking bags.
Well, thanks to Councilor Tilly for giving us a heads up, so we didn't have to see you all night to wait for this last time.
I think
I'm
that's
sure you're all anxious for us to get through this, so I'm going to try and make my comments fairly quick. Okay, to Mayor Fox and the rest of Township Council, thanks for allowing me to speak to staff report Rec 10-2025 under agenda item 14.2.8. I'm Mike Play from the Center of the Community Group, and I'm joined by the chair of our board, Russ Hutchings. On behalf of the CCG, I'd like to make the following points. We've been recommending a community fundraising feasibility study and plan related to twin paths since I presented this to council in what I believe was December 2023. Such a study by an independent and experienced consultant will verify the fundraising target, identify a proposed organization, and provide a laser-focused plan to achieving the target. Recall that such a study was done by the CCG for the original Live Play campaign for the NDCC, which successfully raised a net amount of $2.15 million. The plan provided by our consultants, campaign coaches, was fundamental to our success in that campaign. Therefore, we support the staff recommendation for the study and reiterate our commitment to 50% of the cost of such a study to a maximum of $20,000. With the simple proviso that our group gets to meet with other consultants, as we believe we have the depth of experience and local knowledge to provide meaningful inputs to the study. Our chair, Russ,
We'll work with staff to provide a suitable written agreement for this funding contribution. While the CCG is not taking lead on the Twin Path Community Fundraising Campaign, we will provide the $700K towards such a campaign. Several of our board members are interested in being part of the steering committee or volunteer fundraising teams. Again, as many of us have the fundraising experience and local community and business connections to help make a successful campaign. Some final comments. The original Live and Play campaign for the NDCC community fundraising used an organization similar to Phase 2 Option 3 presented in the report, where the CCG, a registered charity, acted as the steering committee, and our consultant, campaign coaches, provided us with a part-time campaign manager that did many of our administrative tasks for the duration of the campaign for a total of $80,000. Options 2 and 3 of a full-time or part-time staff member to support the Twin Path campaign and other fundraising efforts. However, we would strongly recommend sticking to the Twin Path campaign as a priority, as it is consistent with the Master Region Recreation Plan and the current version of the 10-year capital forecast. Please note that the steering committee should be focused on a single Twin Path campaign, so as not to confuse potential to the donors and to keep the support team focused. Timing is critical. If the Green and Inclusive Building Program funding is secured from the federal government, the fundraising campaign needs to kick off immediately once the council approves the Twin Path, and any delay will reduce the effectiveness of the campaign. Finally, it is important to recognize that if the GICB grant application is approved, we believe that the township is in a strong financial position, probably the best financial position I have seen since I've been part of this community. To the credit of the council and the staff. The township has zero debt. There was recently an agreement whereby the township will eventually get $3.2 million with the boundary adjustment with Cambridge. The annual cost to service the remaining debt will be required. May be required, is within the range of what the township undertook with the original NDCC. We have a once in a lifetime opportunity to get this done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Russ, for all you've done for the community. Couldn't see you. Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments? Councilor Tilly. Councilor Long.
So question to you, just the CAO in regards to this. I see lots of options in regards to this and in regards to the committee, or I guess the steering committee. What would be the next appropriate steps at this point?
So Mayor, through your Councilor Tilly. The report basically has a two-step process, and we're asking tonight to receive direction, allowing us to move ahead and issue a request proposal to the marketplace to secure a consultant to do that community assessment. We believe that council should also be working toward appointing a steering committee to work with that consultant to ensure that we've got a spectrum of the community members and utilizing their skills, their insight, knowledge, and contacts that will help the consultant achieve a robust. Not knowing yet what the results of that published report will be, it may inform what the ultimate committee looks like that actually will go out into the field and do the hard sell to raise money, secure donations or sponsorships. And when I'm saying it may inform the ultimate is the report will give you an idea of what the strength of the community is in terms of how much money likely could be raised in the community. You know, right now we're notionally identifying a stream of approximately $2.5 million to come through fundraising and donations. CCG has acknowledged and recognized that there'll be approximately $700,000 going toward that commitment. The consultant will be able to tell you whether this economic climate, these circumstances, are competing interests, whether or not the residual can be raised. That they will also identify sectors and where we should be trying to tap that energy effort.
And that may require some skill sets. I think upon what that comes up. That's why we haven't actually identified what the mechanism would be for phase two, because we don't want to prejudge what comes out of phase one. That being said, you may witness that the core of the steering committee in phase one may migrate to phase two and form part of that nucleus to launch the actual fundraising campaign in whatever form that might look.
Council Bowman and the council wants conditions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the only question I have for the staff is versus steering committee. Is there any thought to having one or two members of council on that committee? I think the air councilor should be on the steering committee. Nice to have some input from council on that.
Can I just ask a question?
Well, that, you have to come to the lines, but, see, on the committee, you want to respond first?
Madam Mayor, yes, it's not uncommon for us in any of the advisory or steering committees that we appoint, that there be at least a member of council. And as long as it's not the majority of council, because we can't have that, if we offend other policies in the municipal, we wouldn't be able to do more than two members of council. So we wouldn't offend other provisions of the municipal act. But, you know, you may tweak recommendation 4 and then say something about steering committee comprised of leaders from the large business sector, sports organizations, and up to 2 members of council. Be appointed by council to work with staff and the consulting firm retained to complete the community assessment.
Councilor Williams.
So one of the things in this report, it was like, it seemed to say, and I just wanted clarification. That we would be going to the community and checking to see if it was like 2.5 million raised, but. I'm thinking, wouldn't it be great if it was more? Should we really be looking at a ceiling when we go out and ask, or just like? If, you know, I'm just wondering. Whether we should be, like, it feels like we're setting expectations here, but it might be nice to also see if there's opportunities for a whole lot more than that. So that's something I was wondering about when I was thinking forward, is I don't think we want to like minimize ourselves to.
When we did the original fundraising, our goal was 1.5 million.
Yeah,
And we achieved 2.15.
exactly. So why?
So it was what the consultants came back with, what they identified in the community, what we could raise, but also we did other things on the side. Golf tournaments and galas raised around 300 to 350,000. And we did some golf tournaments and we did 5 or 6 galas. So that was above and beyond what they identified. So there is other ways.
Yeah, you have to remember as well, though, that, when that original report was done, it was set for $1.5 million. We were in recession at that point,
Yes.
post 2008. The community was mobilized by the fact that the twin path was an option. That's what got the extra $650,000. So it was a rush. Once it was clear that we weren't going to get it, there was a rush of people that donated to the campaign because between that. So that's why we've kept this money there for the Twin Pad, because we feel that represented what the community really wanted, and that was what actually transpired. Quite frankly, I think at the end of the day, the whatever consultant you select should be looking at what is the maximum that can be raised, and give a risk assessment if you try and aim for too much or too little. That's part of their job. What they did for us in the original campaign is they did a vetted list of potential donors. They gave us a vetted list of potential naming opportunities, which encompassed the majority of the fundraising that we did. That is their job, was to go through there and actually find out what it is that the community is capable of handling.
Follow
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just, I'm glad to hear that there was so much more raised by the excitement in the community, and I know we're also kind of in, I know it's not officially called a recession, but it's, a lot of people are struggling at this time. And it would be great to see the community come together, and we saw the community come together for Air 200 celebrations. So we know, things like this can really build community spirit and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure we're not like limited. It probably sounds weird, but I just don't want the report to just, yes, thank you.
Councillor Tilly?
Oh, he's.
No, you were first, because
Okay.
you were the same time as me, then, okay, sorry.
Okay, no, the reason why I'd asked too, and it was more, that's Council Roman's statement that councilors from Air should be the representatives on this, and I disagree with him. I think it's one of the options, but I also think it's the people that are gonna be passionate, and perhaps even if you look at this point of view, Council Roman, that bringing the community together would also say bring the other wards that are not necessarily here, that are be the ones that would also help to bring in other, because we're looking at other sides of the township as well.
And the motion that's being, amended motion that CEO McNeely recommended, and up to 2 members of council.
I'm sorry, and his comment was it should be the 2 Air councilors, so I'm just debating that.
Okay, so, what was my first thing? Oh, before this council sat together, we had voted myself on the Twin Pad Committee, because I was the only sure counselor.
I have no idea what that. I didn't know there was a twin pad committee. Was there a twin pad committee?
No, we voted because I was the only uncontested counselor. There was Ward 1 had a vote, and Ward 3 and 4 had a vote. So I was the only one that was sure to come back, and I swear that I was put on the Twin Pad Committee.
CEO McNeely, I don't recall a twin pad committee.
So during the design phase, there was a council representative, I apologize, I can't remember whether it was you, councillor, or
The
not.
design phase.
But when we retained the architect, we council representative appointed, I have to go back and pull that resolution years ago. And we were also directed to make sure that we consulted Sens, minor hockey, figure skating club, and the like.
Okay,
So that phase is finished. We tabled back in August. The design that's now tender ready. This is to now change the emphasis talking about what would go into the rink to how do we raise one stream of funding that's a critical component to meeting the overall budget expectations to build the project.
Okay, so then, sorry, so then to respond to Councillor Wilms about the raising of money. It's same in any business. You don't shoot high and aim low. You have a reasonable number that you have to raise, and I have no doubt the community will go higher than that. That's a lot more positive than saying to the community, raise 6 million, and then that's not realistic.
Yeah.
I think the 2.5 is a realistic number, and as you said, maybe they'll go higher. And off to Councillor Tilly. I think that the 2 councillors that should be on this committee, in my opinion, should be the 2 that are in the ward in Air. But whoever is on the committee has to be totally supportive and totally committed to the Twin Pad project. So I'm putting my name in for sure, and, however we need to do it, we do it.
Mr. Tilly.
Surprise everybody a little bit. I reached out to Mike and and initiated a conversation to try and get this going, because I felt, here's the reason why I felt this way. I was looking at it and I remembered my statement at the last meeting. It was, we need to get more money for this. That's what I said. And then I chewed on that. I even before I had a conversation with Mike, I chewed on that and I realized that's not how a community works. If you want to raise money, you go out and get money. If you want something to happen, you have to make it happen. And so that was the response internally I had to that. And so I decided that I would like to see why, and I did speak to the CAO as well last Tuesday. And one of the things that I decided was we shouldn't be leaving this to staff to have motivation and have energy and have the spirit to try and make something happen for this. This is not something to say, get us more money. This is something to say, what is the community can we raise, can we do to make this happen? And so that's how I reached out, and that's the reason why I had that conversation. You guys, if you guys feel that you're gonna do the best job for this committee and you're gonna fundraise better than anybody else, then I fully endorse that as well. Just be aware that I motivated this myself. I did this by myself without asking for you guys to step up. I just wanted to feel like I needed to support what was gonna happen instead of saying somebody else in the community try and do it for me or waiting for staff to do it. And I felt that was inappropriate. So yeah, I'll leave it open.
Councillor Osman and Councillor Rose.
And that's great, but I think that as councillor on, you're helping the committee, but you're facilitating. You're not running out and like, as you mentioned, staff, staff shouldn't be doing this. They're not. Staff is supporting the community with the efforts that they make. Staff is not directing them. They're coming to staff and saying, hey, we need this, we need this, we need that. How can you support me with that?
Thank you for agreeing. I really appreciate you. I just said that.
Yeah, well, no, you said that staff shouldn't be running around raising money is what you said. They're not.
No, that's not.
They're
They should be.
facilitating
Sure.
those guys.
Sure.
So they're helping. They're
Yeah.
helping out those guys. And yeah, and the counselors are the same thing. The council representatives are helping in any way they can. But the lead is taken by the community because it's their part of the bargain. So they're taking the lead. We're helping them.
Councillor Rose.
So, I won't put my name forward for the steering committee because that could get really hard. But I do think,
Well, the good news is you all want to do it.
yeah, here, well. So one of the issues I have about hearing this, that the air representative should be on the steering committee, is that it doesn't feel very North. And that is something I've had to struggle with myself, because I don't necessarily represent people in air directly, but I do represent the people in there.
That's right, you took an oath in North Dumfries.
So, I love the enthusiasm by everybody here. And I think it would be great as well to have people who are not necessarily. Here's where I start to struggle. This is what I hear from our residents, and I'm sure Councillor Tilly hears something that's similar to. It's like, oh, more money going to air, and that's not fair. And it's not true. This is something we need to be building together as all of the Dumfries. And maybe having somebody who's not going to directly benefit in his ward, and a lot of people involved in this, will actually help stimulate this more feeling of like, yeah, we really are one. We're not just like, we are an entity that's actually interested in the big project together. I don't know, just a thought. I don't want to derail this, but I do want to think that we work together on something, and this really is important. For one, we look, it's important to everyone.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Mike, how many years did it take in fundraising? How many years?
How many years, what, sorry?
fundraising.
Fundraising, 15, between 15 each.
No, how many years did it take? How many years did you
To raise
fundraise?
the money.
Oh. Pretty well, there was a, once the pad was announced, well, we did fundraising even before we got a goal, right?
So it's up
Yeah,
from
we
day
went to
one, from day
council,
one.
said we have this passion, and then we did the needs assessment. Then we did the fundraising assessment.
So early on, we raised about. I think it was.
I'm trying to figure out the number of years, because if it was 4
Yeah,
years, we could
I'm
have two
trying-
members, 2 members.
Yeah, but it's sort of comparing apples to apples. Back at that point in time, we had already raised, by the time the NDCC was approved, we had already raised about 500,000 or so through golf tournaments in Dallas. That was without the trip pad. It was just people knowing that they wanted to ultimately get a new arena because we're going to need one. We're, as the CCG, we're actually putting us in the same position as a starting point, actually with a little bit more money. To be able to get going on kickstarting the campaign. Which by the way, any consultant who tells you that if you don't already have some money in the bank, that it's a problem to raise money, right? Because they need to get something there to get going. So we're there. So from the point that we announced the twin path was approved, and the Bill Cam, the fund, the funding was provided, and we were given our target to our part of the contribution. I think it was probably of fundraising, but that was because we extended the campaign. We'd actually completed the campaign earlier than that at the $1.55 million. If you remember, we were all in some other sports, and the big banner came out. We said, "Oh, we're all done," and then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of people in the community turned around and said, "No, we want to get more money because we want to make sure that would eventually happen." So that's what got us going. So that made the campaign last a little longer than the original time. So I think, if I remember right, CEO McNeely has identified Ms. Winter said, Winter had identified about an 18-month type duration of campaign. That would be what I think we would try and focus on.
Okay, because I know everybody wants to be involved. We all want to be involved. There's a few things you have to think about too, though. Because you're coming up to an election. You're gonna go out and ask my people for money in an election, but yeah, it may be quite awkward. The best people that did the fundraising was the people. And Rod and Derek were involved, but they were not on council. So the only ones that were really involved from council was the mayor, which was Kim Down, Rob Deutsch. And then they became enemies, but that's a whole other story. But yeah, so let's think about this and let's think about it. Do we want to leave it as 2 members?
I'm putting my hand up higher.
Council Chile.
I will defer and let Eric take this. And this is a point, sorry, this is my point, is that I care about this enough that if you guys strongly feel and you've been involved this and you have the community connections, then I will defer to yours and let you. Rod thinks it's hilarious. That's awesome. Well,
You're being facetious.
I'm not being facetious. I'm being 100%.
Okay, that's enough. That's just.
Thank you. I'm being 100% honest and saying, if you guys believe that that this is gonna be the best for you, then I will defer to you and I will allow you guys to do that. I'll step back and I will put forth Rod and Derek as the name. I'll put that forward.
I don't think we're at that stage yet. I think we're getting way ahead of the game. Let's go
Okay.
back to what we're here for.
Yep.
If there's any other questions on the motion, can I have questions, no other questions? Can I have the motion, Councilor Rowland, please?
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Tilly, that record report number 10-2025 be received, and that council direct staff to advertise a request for proposal for a consulting firm to complete a community assessment review to identify the opportunities and constraints within the local community, to secure sponsorship, donations, of targeted marketing and campaign framework and promotional tools, and recommendations for an overall program for a fundraising campaign for the proposed twin pad arena project, And that council formally requests from the Center for Community Group, the CCG, the written commitment of an upset limit of $20,000 for the cost to hire the consulting firm in partnership with the township to undertake this initial phase of work. And that a steering committee comprised of leaders from the community at large, business sector, sports organizations, and up to 2 members of council be appointed by council to work with the staff and consulting firm retained to complete the community assessment review. And that council direct the treasurer to add to the 2025 capital budget an allowance of $45,000 to undertake retaining a consultant to prepare the community assessment review. Funding for the study will be drawn from the working reserve account in addition to the generous donation for the CCG in the absolute amount of $20,000.
Okay, we make an error here, folks, that a steering committee comprised of leaders of the community at large, business sectors, sports organizations, and up to 2 members of council be appointed by council to work with staff and the consulting firm to retain the complete, retained to complete the community assessment review, not the fundraising. The community assessment review.
Okay, we've done this in 2 phases. We're going to be an assessment review that will inform how we're going to go into the community and bring money.
So it's not the fundraising phase.
Can I make another point?
Go ahead, Michael.
The more people you have on the steering committee that are potentially large donors,
The better.
the better off you are.
That's exactly.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Right.
I'll step up.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You did bring large donors on the committee.
But you turn around and say that's a serious thing, that was fundraising, you got issues for ultimate conflict problems. So that's just a comment on. So.
And not just that, anybody that has an application at the township, anything, aggregate, builders, anything. We have a conflict. We cannot take money from them. So anyways, the motion is as it is, and all those in favor? Thank you, gentlemen. You get to go home, we don't. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, council reports, winter meetings, council Rowland, please.
Madam Mayor, the issue of the sidewalk snow plowing has come up repeatedly. There's social media posts, obviously, but also a lot of people have stopped me. Tim Horton, the food manager in town, to complain about the sidewalk snow plowing. I understand it's been a challenging winter. We've had lots of freezing and thawing. I think they've been doing their best, but people have been concerned about it. So I just wanted to find out from staff what our options are in terms of dealing with this contractor, or dealing with the contract, or dealing with bringing it in-house, or dealing with canceling the contract altogether and let people shovel their own sidewalks, or whatever the options are. Let's know all the options.
CEO McNeely.
So Madam Mayor, through you, Councilor Rowland, you have a contract. You have roughly 6 weeks left in this winter season. What I would suggest to members of council is the end of April, staff would come before with a report. We would assess this past winter season, well, what didn't work well. What options may exist to council, I can think of 5 in the top of my mind. And council may then chart a course of action. The reality is, I don't have a plan B that I can roll out tomorrow. It's gonna snow on Wednesday night into Thursday. The contractor did face challenges approximately 2.5 weeks ago. We did remedy that. And there has been better performance over the last week.
And we are seeing, generally speaking, across the 30 kilometer, more consistency in terms of the sidewalk and what we expect for a sidewalk winter maintenance program. We also identified some problematic areas and took the owner directly to those sites to give him firsthand evidence. Because you can only describe so much in emails, telephone calls, and or photos. So the tour was specifically to reinforce what had been shared in numerous communications from staff during that low period. We also, on staff level, identified what we thought is a fundamental issue and the contractor concurred. These sidewalk have limited capacity in terms of how much product. When I'm talking about product, I'm talking about pickled sand or salt or whatever the material is you're applying to the surface. He indicated that the units that he's got mounted on the back of his 2 plow units can generally undertake about 3 kilometers. You have a 30-kilometer network. That means you gotta fill up at least 10 times based on his math. I think 3 kilometers would be a challenge based on what I'm witnessing. He's only got 3 fill stations spread out through the village area. One's at the fire hall where he stages from. One is at the Air News ACC parking lot. And the other is here at the NDCC. Pretty significant gaps in between. And when we look at some of the areas where we're having challenges or issues, it's where we have, I'm going to use the word dead zones. In other words, they've done their route, they're plowing, they've run out of product. They may not be driving back to refill. So we've identified 4 other locales spread throughout the village where they're going to put those green bins. And as they're in that district, they would then fill up their unit and continue their program.
Cemetery gonna be one?
The owner agreed that that would resolve some of the problems that we've described. So I think it's a combination of a series of things that can resolve in the present period.
But one of the problems is we have a lot of narrow boulevards. And like down by where Council Austin lives or on English Street, I've literally witnessed the sidewalk snowplow go through, and do a little drop in the sidewalk. And 2 seconds later, the township snowplow goes by and fills it right back in. So now the sidewalk guy has done his entire route, over half the route has been filled back in by the town. So I don't know how we can coordinate that.
So we are experiencing that issue on both township roads and regional roads where there is effectively the sidewalks that back curve. Obviously, as we have more snow, it exasperates that condition because we actually have even less space, for lack of a better term, to store what it is either plowed from the sidewalk toward the boulevard or from the road onto the boulevard. And, you know, we really haven't had that January thaw. We had a lot of snow this past weekend. And we're in for virtually another 10 to 15 centimeters overnight on Wednesday into Thursday. We have spoken to our own operators about using care as they plow. And the reality is we'll never be able to sequence our routes based on sidewalk. And we have gone back to certain problematic areas and we plowed the sidewalk after the fact. We don't have necessarily the same control in terms of the operator and their activities when it's on a regional road. So as an example, Scott Street, literally from Stanley back to Main Street, we're plowing 2 to 3 times because there isn't any boulevard. But having a conversation with the operator is a little bit problematic when they're not under my control. So we have identified that. Contractor has been willing to work with us. We have seen better performance over the last week and 10 days. The sidewalk network, because of the efforts of the contractor, have improved. We're going into Wednesday's storm much better shape than we were 10 days ago. And, you know, as I said, he had every expectation that the new bins would be available today. Was out with Mr. Ray Croft over the noon hour, went to 3 of the 4 sites where we had notionally agreed to add these extra bins. They were not deployed at that point in time. So there will be a reminder to the contractors, storms coming up. We need these bins deployed and filled so that your crews now have 7 locales throughout urban air to have better distribution and access to material to keep their units topped up. And we're getting a consistent spread of material in addition to the plow blade being down and plowed network.
Councillor Austin.
Yeah, I remember days gone by where the township used to come out with their front end loader and remove the large bulks of, and I only know this because they did it out like from the arena to the bridge, because there's the drainage, the drainage grates there. And they get piled up with snow, and then you get a thaw and the whole of Piper Street is covered. So they used to remove that snow, and I don't know where else they did it in the town, but I just know that they used to remove it in front of the arena up to the bridge.
So Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Oster, if you're quite correct. As more and more snow gets piled up, either because of visibility issues, not having enough storage space, or compounding what might be a drainage issue if all of a sudden we go into a rapid melt and or a heavy rain event. And we do a load and haul, and we literally scrape the boulevard with our motor, then we haul it away in our dump trucks. Our crews actually were doing that today. Now, not in that specific area, sort of triage where we're doing that work. We've been going into the cul-de-sacs because we piled all the snow in those cul-de-sacs in the center of the cul-de-sacs. So the crews today were hauling out of those areas. We'll see what the next couple of days look like leading into this project. But we were also in some areas where we've got more extensive boulevards. We were winging the snow back as far as we could to create more storage, for lack of a better term, adjacent to the curb line. Because when we have these heavier snow events, we're trying to push the snow off the road as quickly as possible. And we may not necessarily be at the curb line. Today, there was a couple of trucks out just focusing on that, and others were doing the load and haul. So we're getting ready for Wednesday and what might come in overnight. That's independent of our sidewalk contractor. But you know, what I would like is to come back at the end of April, the end of the winter season for 24-25. And, you know, what's worked well with the contract, what hasn't worked well with the contract or the contractor. And what options may be available to Township Council. What Council provides direction at that point in time. And then depending upon what that outcome is, we have at least 3 months of lead time before the 25-26 winter season commences sometime at the end of October.
Councillor Tilly.
Just wanted, through your mayor to see, and actually anybody else who lives in town, is the technique that our current contractor is using the same as the previous contractor? Because it seems to be a different result. And I heard what you said about the salting and possibly running out of product, but these used to be like completely clear, right? Completely.
So the issue, if I could simplify it, is access, ready access, timely access to the salt. Our historic contractor had a truck that sort of would meet the sidewalk plow at certain strategic locations. They pull it to the side of the road and they would hand bomb product in. This current contractor is not actually having a shadow truck follow the plows around and stop them. Blue is at these isolated fill stations where the sidewalk operator would pull over and hand bomb out of these containers. We're adding, like I said, 4 additional locales. Same intent, just a different way of achieving the same end result.
So, thank you. So seeing from Councilor Roman's pictures here, this is a buildup of storm events that have compiled with the compilation. It wasn't just one snowstorm. Okay.
Seeing no other questions, can I have a motion, please, Councillor Taylor?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Williams, that the staff continue to monitor the delivery and performance and warrants the winter sidewalk maintenance contractor and provide periodic updates to council for review, and that staff return to the April 28th, 2025 council meeting with the summary report on the 2024-25 winter season program for sidewalks and potential next steps in preparation for the 2025-2026 season.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Roman, can I have the first and second reading of bylaws?
Moved by myself and by Councillor Austin, that the following bylaw be read first and second time. 17.1 bylaw number 3540-25, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 3092-19, the fire risk bylaw. 17.2 bylaw number 3541-25, being a bylaw to amend general zoning bylaw number 689-83 with site-specific zoning divisions to permit development of residential community on the subject property 1940 Review Road. 17.3 bylaw number 3542-25, being a bylaw to regulate the setting of open air fires, including establishing times during which open fires may be set, and to repeal bylaw number 285-7 and 2316-08. And 17.4 bylaw number 3543-25, being a bylaw to confirm proceedings of council on February 10th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And Councillor Austin, the bylaw confirming third reading of bylaws, please.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Williams, that bylaws 3540-25, 3541-25, 3542-25, and 3543-25 be read for a third and final time.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And the adjournment, please, Councillor Williams.
And by myself, second by Councillor Tilly, that where business before this council meeting has been completed at 10:55 p.m. and be it resolved that this meeting adjourned.
All those in favor? Thank you.